Okay, well, we are live on YouTube, or I should be. I didn't get the chat on screen yet, but hello. You're gonna lurk now because you're at work. Well, have fun at work, Ray. We have an important day of not much planned. By not much, I mean, well, we have I have a decent amount of things I wish to do in the game, but I have no idea how many I'm actually going to be able to do. Hence, a big day full of small nothings. Small nothings like doing some random combat things, doing whatever. Right. Exploration is one thing. I wanna do a bunch of krai stuff, which might involve some like quests in overworld, yada yada. Half of it or less, I bet. What do you mean half of it or less? What do you mean? But anyways, someone in the Twitch chat asked about an account review stream. And you know what? Account review, I want to do one of those this week. That's what I want to say. Account review or unit reviews, at least. Account review is different from unit review, but my goal is to get the Kave video out tomorrow, by the way, and a Dia video out this week as well. Maybe multiple. But boy, has my sleep schedule kind of prevented me from doing work properly. I've been able to get recordings done, and then I didn't do the hard part. I didn't do the hard part. Alas. Okay. Anyways, let's get my chat on screen properly. Okay. New Abyss, gotta check it out. Yeah, I did an Abyss stream last week, right? So yeah, we getting the collab video. Probably eventually. I don't know. It kind of got sidelined because of krai things. Sorry. On top of my brain problems, mostly related to sleep schedule, entirely effing my ability to do anything with any consistency layered on top of motivational issues in general. Okay. Okay, get YouTube chat on screen. Sorry, I am not prepared this stream, but it is fine. It is fine. It's just me stalling. Oh, I was like, it's not working. It's just me stalling because ZZ chat says sorry for the stun lock the other day. What do you mean? What's stun lock? Oh, I mean, no, yeah. yeah. I mean that was my own fault. That's fine. Realistically, if that was going to happen, that was like when I should have been editing the Kave video, but instead I got distracted and yabbed in ZZZ for in my ZZ chat in Discord for way too long. But that wasn't anyone's fault other than mine. It is what it is. And realistically, if that was going to happen, if my brain was like, yeah, this makes sense to do this now. If that was going to happen, then I easily would have gotten like distracted by something else as well, right? So, anyways, why is Shivers there? What do you mean? Why is Shivers there? What are you talking about? Is this just a troll now because of everyone asking why is Shivers there? Also, I saw the redeem water. Thank you, Lito. Oh, I just forgot I got fresh water from the fridge, like from my pitcher, and that was cold water. It was good, but I didn't expect it to be that cold. Yeah, I'm guessing this Mr. Morgan, Sexter Morgan, is ironically saying it. Anyways, sorry for the delay. We'll probably talk about Nefer, by the way. I'm sure there's going to be the typical deluge of, oh no, the character is 2% weaker now, doomed. And I am of the opinion that I think it doesn't matter. To 99% of players, it really doesn't. But I think the change is potentially a good one. By the way, the passive change. Well, the passive change is definitely not a bad one, because her previous passive functionally did nothing, and the new passive functionally does something. And something in an interesting way that, again, for most players probably results in almost no functional difference. But from a possibilities to allow some min-maxing from her and more nuance to her gameplay, I think that there is something there, but there's still like limitations at hand for how you can utilize it, that the intent for it is relatively minor for the average player. Who is Shivers? What is Shivers? I don't know. I've never heard her. Nefer changes are minimal, making her basically in line with Flynn's. Yep. Which, again, I think further supports the idea of a particular character being released in the future that might uplift her a little bit. Or a lot of it. Maybe like a concerning bit. But anyways. I kind of wanted to do an Abyss clear with this team, but wait, did I do an Abyss clear with this team? I don't remember if I did. I think I might have, but I don't remember when I recorded the Llama video. Was it before or after the Abyss change? I think it was before the Abyss change, right? I can't remember. My brain doesn't function. It's fine. So yeah. Anyways, yeah, Nefer's the same character she was before for the most part. Nothing really crazily special to be concerned over. It does, but it did have a change that almost made me. I probably am not gonna go and do this, but it had a change that did kind of make me want to go into the spreadsheets, but not into the spreadsheets like calculating DPS, because I think calculating DPS is almost entirely pointless in the current state of Genshin. Because it just, like, it doesn't really matter past, like, a baseline estimation standpoint. It does matter for, like, to be clear, for people that are trying to make guides. But for trying to evaluate whether or not you get a character, I don't think it matters at all. I think you choose to acquire a character based on element, role coverage, what kinds of characters you already have that they can fit into teams for, their adaptability, whether or not you like, you know, the gameplay style, yada yada, other whatever random things you like about the character, animations, blah 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 blah. Those are all, I think, the reasons to get a character, not how much DPS number are you getting. But yes, anyways, let's go to Stygian quick. Can Llama hold E now? Yeah, that's the main difference for most people. So yeah. There a problem with your Discord? It disappeared on me. It still exists for me, so if it disappeared on you, I think you made it go disappear for some reason. So I don't know what to tell you. Your Discord, I think, has disappeared itself because you probably did something by accident, presumably, or Discord is borked for whatever other reason. Skirk was a Nog Krai. I think I saw that. Or I saw someone post that, but I don't think I've seen her there myself. But yeah. Skirk and her premium team still worth going for? Do you like Skirk? Skirk has a lot of nuance to her gameplay, and like, so one thing I was stupid about, which I didn't really consider. I saw. So I actually that's worth discussing a little bit. So this kind of undermines my Dia clear. This should be in a Dia video soon, TM hopefully. But I tried to like brute force this shield with my C1R1 Skirk on this dude at Dire, and it didn't work. But I'm stupid and I forgot to do like hold E tech at the start of the Stygian, like the start of the chamber. If you start with a hold E, wait a little bit to get some mirrors generated, do a burst on Skirk, and then you can do normal attacks. The first rotation without Farina buff up can get through the first shield, and then the following rotations can get through the next two shields, and that was a C0 R1 clear on with a C0 R1 Escoffier, C0 R1 Skirk. I'm gonna guess it was a Fab Farina. No, I think maybe it was a C2. I don't actually remember. I don't know. I think a lot of people saw the clip, but I think a lot of people saw that footage, and their most interesting takeaway was the crab, and like that was an interesting takeaway, but it just was like, oh wow. Like I'm not really that. I'm sorry. I'm not really that impressed by Lauma being able to get a 60-second clear on the crab at dire difficulty. That in my opinion points to what I have been feeling so far with the crab, which is that this is a poorly designed enemy. And that like it shills for Llama way too hard. And then that footage showed up to basically just give me all kinds of confirmation bias. Because I hadn't properly considered like how the scaling works on those seeds conversions. So isn't aware when you trigger lunar bloom or hyper bloom damage, or burgeon technically, any kind of bloom based damage on the seeds, they explode, and then a little homing missile goes and hits the crab, and it does damage to the crab on a percentage based multiplier. So I believe lunar bloom damage is, I don't think it says here, but I believe lunar bloom damage is converted at like 200%. And if you build Nefer, if you build Llama to be able to like use a Widzith build, this is what this footage basically showed. You build her on a Widzith build, and then you put her on like the new set, or maybe Gilded Dreams works too. But you probably don't get the 60-second clears without the new set, most likely. Anyways, you put her on Widzith, and yes, only one buff benefits her. So this is hella Widzith RNG Gober. But it's not like that insane, because there's only really 2 specific instances you need to RNG around. But still annoying. And anyways, you get Widzith 480 EM buff. You use 4 pieces of the new artifact set with Ino. And then you have like Ino on instructors. You have someone on the support set giving EM. And then the last slot on the team is you use like someone else that's on EM as well. EM buffing role. And I think the clear that I saw used Diana C6, right? Because they were going for like as low investment of clear as possible. And turns out you put a whack ton of crit. So like this build had like, I think 70 or 80% crit rate functionally, with like 250 crit damage and way over 1,000 EM, factoring in like Widzith buff, right? And the end result of it was one Llama hold E on like 3 or 4 seeds at once. I think they purposely like that. There was smart gameplay in there. Don't get me wrong, but like they purposely like waited for seeds spawning down the ground, and then did a Llama hold E, and it nukes down the crab at like, it literally takes out half of the crab's health with one Llama hold E. I'm not kidding. Never damage will be crazy strong against the crab. Yeah, the fact that the crab takes so much extra lunar bloom damage from this, and like and Nefer converts like the crab is never coming back to Stygian once Nefer exists, because it's too easy. It would be too easy for people to clear, or just by having Nefer. So they're never coming it back. They set up like 8 or 6. Okay, yeah. So anyways, like it's with the RNG optimizing, it's whatever. It's like typical insane min-maxer things, except the specific mechanics of this enemy relative to Llama doing a big instance of lunar bloom damage with her hold E make it so that like, yeah, Llama as C0 can get a 60-second clear against this thing. With C0 supports. Like I think Nahida was in the team for EM buffing. They can inflate the crab HP a lot, though. I guess that's true, but I don't know. We'll see what they do. That's not going to solve the problem. That's just going to exaggerate the problem, though. If crab comes back, it just means crab will be even less fun next time, Yay. Oh yay, wouldn't we like if the crab, which basically requires llama to clear at dire difficulty? Like I don't think I've seen a non-llama clear with dire difficulty that didn't use C2 Nahida. Like, cool. And it's dire difficulty, right? So it's like whatever. It's dire difficulty. It's fine, I guess. It's the true shield difficulty. But if you just suggested, oh, well, if Nefer makes the crab way too easy, what if they just inflate the HP? But that means, remember, not inflating the HP just for dire mode. They're going to inflate the HP for fearless as well. So it basically means we might get, your suggestion means we might get the dire difficulty crab we have now at fearless difficulty in the future. Wow. That's great reality. Isn't the crab in the next abyss? Yeah, it is, I think. Which is definitely Nefer shilling. Because Nefer's going to just LOL delete this boss instantaneously. To be clear, not instantaneously, because you will be able, like, the speedrun clears with this boss will use Nefer and Llama on specific builds in really smart ways, abusing the seed spawning and try to knock, like after you knock it down out of the air, after you knock it down out of the air, it'll be very possible with the C0 team to probably kill it with one llama, hold E, or maybe with two Nefer charge attacks. I'm not sure which will be faster. But llama might kill this thing in Abyss faster than Nefer can, just because of the fact that the HP pool is so much lower that llama hold E can one-shot it, theoretically. But that assumes it has the same 200% scaling in Abyss. They might change the scaling of the seed damage. But that's the main thing they might change realistically, is how much self damage it takes from the seeds, which I could see that. But anyways, it's a fun thing to try. I think if you're interested in it and you have llama, to be clear, like it's funny. Don't get me wrong, it's funny to see it, but you can call me the asshole for saying it's not the coolest thing. I think it's just a sign of how. I think it's a sign of how much they're designing enemies to shill for current units. The fact that the newest unit can get a 60-second clear at dire at C0, and every other unit in the game can't even, like, you can't even clear dire at all with llama basically at lower at like realistic investment levels. Like the lowest investment they can clear without llama is a C2 Nahida, and it's just like, it's not like an easy clear in my opinion. Like I think the fact that llama can get a 60-second clear of this is an example of a design mistake for this boss, if anything. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I think the crab is the worst boss they put in here. I dislike some nuances to the Fatui, but like this has more team options to deal with than this does. I find this incredibly kind of lame. But at the same time, the fact that they made the mechanics as annoying as they did, it does enable you to do some stupid crap, like try to clear with Virgin Dia just for the lulz, and I did it. 115-second clear, let's go. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So I can try this quick, I guess. Scoffy doesn't have enough energy, does she? It's probably fine. I think as long as she gets her energy back. She might not get her energy back in the. We'll see what happens. I don't feel like changing her build for this. There's a couple annoying things to try to do this, but Fatui was actually fun to figure out. Yeah, like it can be fun to figure out. I think it's much more fun at Fearless though. Like I've said, I think my conclusion with this current Stygian is that I will enjoy Stygian more in the future if I just ignore Dire. Like I'll try to clear Dire on my own, I think, but then I'm probably gonna like do streams and content that's more focused on using different. What kinds of things can I push to be possible at Fearless difficulty? Because I think Fearless difficulty is where it can be more fun for me. Dire is just continually becoming, I can technically clear it, but not super engaging. And like I was only able to clear this Dire with like so there's two potential team options that would allow me to clear this Dire. So Llama here or C2 Nahida, and then the lowest investment clear I could probably do on my account is using Skirk to brute force the Fatui, and then using a Varesa Moika team here theoretically should be able to clear on my account. And like I'd have to play DPS Moika, right? That's probably the lowest investment I could clear. But there's also some tech to use against this thing that I haven't truly abused. So I don't know exactly what the lowest investment team I could do is, but I'm pretty sure that's the lowest investment I could do. There's a Skirk team here, probably this one, Llama, and then a high damage team that can adapt to doing different damage. So, but it's just like not that interesting if that's the nuance, right? Whereas like I could consider trying to clear. Maybe we'll try to do that. I can consider trying to clear this thing with Yai Tignari, right? That's multi-element damage. But it's like not super high. I don't know. It'll be interesting if I can clear this with. Have I cleared Dire with Dia? I did, but with the Virgin build. This Skirk team is low investment. In what reality did I say low investment? I said lowest. I said the lowest that I can do. Not low. The lowest I can do. Me. Use of force authorized. Oh frick, I forgot you need to hold it at the start. Use of force authorized. Wait, do you have to have a mirror, I think, don't you? I can't remember. I think it's something like use of force authorized. Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Did I just? Okay, no, we're fine. Okay. How the fuck? No, actually, how the fuck did they do that? Like, I don't think I did ideal gameplay. I'm pretty sure I missed scroll. And I'm pretty sure C1 Z-Lolly does work on this thing. And I'm pretty sure C1 Skirk probably helps out for getting some additional damage value that I was missing. And my ass didn't even get close. I'm gonna have to analyze that footage. I'm kind of sus of that footage now. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm a bad Skirk player. Don't get me wrong, but I'm well enough aware of. I'm not gonna even name the clip I'm talking about because I'm not going to. This is an accusation that is ungrounded, and maybe just grounded in my own skill issue. So I'm not even gonna show the clip. But like. This is a C1 R1 Skirk with freaking C2 well, the C2 Z-Lolly doesn't matter that much, but the C1 Z-Lolly and the C1 R1 Skirk matters. And it was an R1 Skirk that I saw footage of. It wasn't MH build, maybe that matters, I guess. Oh wait. That actually does probably matter. Ah, frick, it does matter because that's probably it. No, okay. Oh, I forgot. I forgot about this stupid ass artifact sets. Where if you do burst damage, it makes you don't have the normal attack damage bonus. If you do a normal attack, you don't have the burst damage bonus. Oh, freaking hell. That's probably why. I don't want to change her build to do that. Okay, I just don't click. I don't care. I don't care right now. I don't know if I liked playing DPS Mawika and I really wanted to do that because like I think the Varesa Mawika clear is interesting, but I don't know if I can actually do it without leveling my Mawika burst, and that I don't want to do. I really don't want to do that. So Varesa and Nefer be able to clear the Fatui? Yeah, that's not the problem. I've cleared Dire already with Varesa and Nefer. The problem is Varesa is like, as far as I can tell, my only real choice for an alternative for Dire difficulty and Blight Drake. As far as I can tell. I do want to try real quick. I did a couple attempts with this. Wait, I came here to freaking farm artifacts, by the way, and I got completely distracted. What is wrong with me? What was it saying? Yeah, anyway, so like I don't know. As far as Skirk with MH, like normally Skirk with MH isn't like I prefer Skirk on her signature artifacts personally. Why? I prefer Skirk on her signature artifacts. But that specific chamber needing to abuse doing a burst into normal attack and like that first rotation mattering a lot, like whether or not you get the shield, whether or not you can get through the shield with Skirk, the first shield in the first rotation, is extremely important to Skirk's ability to actually clear that thing. Yeah, that Fearless or Dire. So okay, living is a little bit of a problem actually with this team here. Fucking damn it. Okay, yep. How? Okay, I was like, I wanted you to have energy back there. Just like, how did I not get energy from this? Did I just end her E? I think I did. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, I have the damage to do this. It's just, ah, she died. And Nefer work over Eons on here? Maybe. Maybe? I don't know. It would annoy me if she worked better here, to be completely honest. Did I just end her E again? Oh my god. Or end her state. Llama do for this team that Nahida doesn't. Show me where Nahida's kit she has 25% red shred. Also having to burst on Nahida is awful. I think, mind you, I have like C2 Nahida. So like if I use my Nahida, she perform better. Brain. Why do I keep doing that? I mean to switch to Tignari is why. Both the Eye and Tignari have attack scaling damage components. God damn it. I really wanted to avoid that. Lynn's or Tignari weapon? If you are interested in a new character, you should always go new character over weapon. God damn it. I mean, this enemy is a lot more fun to fight when you're actually concerned about dying, I will say. Like, I think a part of, like, I think the problem with Stygian sometimes is that... God damn it. Is that the enemies can feel a little bit boring to actually fight in practice, like, once you clear the DPS thresholds. This team is like right arse on the borderline with the DPS threshold, which makes it more enjoyable at a baseline, I would say. But it also is a team that has less defensive utility inherently, and that makes it a bit more engaging in my mind. I killed the dog, but I didn't die, so I guess that's that. 12 HP, my god. Yeah, I was there. I really would need a burst back. I needed a fab there. Oh my god, no, I really need a burst back there. That's so much wasted time. Okay. But yeah, Eon-san is doing attack buffing for Yai and Tignari, and also the 40% damage bonus is pretty good. I would be surprised if Nefer is better here. Yeah, Nahida is not bad here. But Lauma I strongly feel is quite a bit better. But I don't have the... Oh, God damn it. I don't have the ability to actually test a C0 Nahida versus C0 Llama in this team. God damn it. Okay. But no, I assume C2 Nahida would do more here. We can test it maybe. I'm still getting a feel for this team. I have no idea. So I should clearly do like a couple charge attacks on Yai, and then switch to Ignari, right? Not where I did it there, but I was just demonstrating. Okay, let's redo. I can do this better. The first 25% of the thing's HP, or 30% really, matters a lot more. No, how? Like, why, Eon-san? Why? That pisses me off. Near friggin' ideal Eon-san build, and somehow she's just like, oh, the 0.38% energy recharge away. Apparently I need this, but 1 ER roll. End me. How much less attack is this? So that was a lot less crit right there. That seems really cringe. I don't really want to deal with Fab being that bad. Okay. His main account, yeah. Using dark mode Nahida in this team? What is dark mode Nahida? What? What do you mean by dark mode Nahida? Yeah, I have to wait for a Yai particle for Eon's. Oh, freaking! I dodged that. I had to wait for a Yai particle to get the burst on Eon's on there. So annoying. Oh, I got to keep up her E. Yeah, good job. That's how you do damage in this team. Please, I need your energy. Oh my god, stop dying. Oh my god. I think Llama on Fab would be better here. Okay. I actually need more energy on Yai. This is such a should change my build difference here. Do this. High frame. No. Yeah, I could definitely do it. Oh, it's so doable. But like this kind of thing though is what I want to spend my time doing in Stygian, I think, in the future, right? Rather than being like, can I clear dire difficulty Drake with C6 Yelan? I think this kind of thing is far more fun. So, Jeff did some Dia slander. How long ago? Was this just recent? Because I'll go yell at him right now. I'll go defender. Although the problem is Jeff is hard to argue with because Jeff's a butthole and he rejects like anything that's like not a spreadsheet argument. 2 hours. Okay, never mind. If it was like 5 minutes ago, I would have gone and yelled at him. You dare to slander Dia while I'm streaming. Anyways, see how C2 Nahida does. What's your artifact set? That makes sense, but ugh. Oh, I actually do need, like, ugh. Okay, it's fine. Just yoink the pieces. Just yoink the pieces, it's fine. It's annoying, but it's fine. I'll put the same weapon on too. I'll give her even star. Make things equivalent playing field. This is a C2 Nahida though. I'm fairly certain a C2 Nahida is better than Llama here. I hope. Like the Death Shred should outweigh the res. Probably. But Nahida has the downside of needing to burst. I mean, the damage is about the same. Oh, the damage from Tignari is about the same. But we're getting a lot more Nahida damage, so that's the difference here, actually. Oh, did not? Oh, I didn't have 3 today. Oh, that was so dumb. It was about Burgundia. Oh. It was about Burgundia. Wait, did Dia is so bad that if you want to play Burgeon with her, you're better off replacing her with a second Dendro and playing normal ass Bloom without Nilu. Oh, okay. So he was just rage baiting, yeah. Yeah, I mean the reason to play Burgeon, I don't disagree. I don't. Well, okay, she's not that bad at Burgeon, but like when I did my Burgeon Dia clearing against the crab, come on, it was not because I wanted to. God damn it. I understand where he's coming from. But in typical Zajef fashion, he says it in an asshole manner. Right. Uh-oh. Oh, god damn it, yep. In typical Zajef manner, he says it in an asshole manner. Khan is Tignari, C2, I believe. Really fab. Yeah, I think it's really the Nahida damage that takes over here. Oh, it already got the res? God damn it. God damn it. Why is the timing of this so much worse? Yeah, the problems with Dia Virgin are mostly just a problem with how her E-targeting works, in my opinion. I don't know why they do. If she didn't have problems with her E-targeting and how it hit, like, when you see my, I've shared it in the my Discord chat at some point, but my what? I didn't realize it was so close. Oh, you still don't have the res. Good. Okay. Okay, good. I dodged this time. Should we do Eons on buff? I think we should. Yeah. I just failed a crit. God damn it. Wait, what? Whoa. It has an Electro res? How did that happen? Huh? Force him to level 100 Dia? Yeah, I just gotta clear it with Sethos. I know it's Electro res, but how did that happen? The reason I'm confused is every single time I have tested this before with Lauma, it gets Dendro res first. Why with Nahida is it getting Electro res? Nahida's adding a meaningful amount of Dendro damage. That's just confusing to me. I know what, guys, I know it depends on the percentage of damage I did. That's the confusion. Remember, I was just playing Llama. I was just playing Llama. Llama does less damage than a C2 Nahida. God damn it. Llama does less damage than a C2 Nahida. If the factor that I changed was changing Llama for Nahida, and I went from consistently getting Dendro damage bonus, like, to getting Electro, that's a weird change. And what it means, what is surprising to me, is that Nahida makes it so that Yai is doing significantly more damage than Tignari is. Even though we are adding Nahida's damage contribution. Which is, that's an unintuitive balance to me. Because Tignari's damage numbers aren't that different here. With Llama versus Nahida C2. Right? Like Tignari's damage numbers were maybe slightly less, but not like so less that it should have been that Tignari plus Nahida damage here results in Dendro res first, or sorry, Electro res first. That's confusing. I shouldn't have been missing aggravates before. That's not how the aggravate reaction works. Is there something else I'm missing that I've just blanked on? Is Nahida doing that little damage? maybe Llama spread does more damage than I expect. Maybe that's why. Oops. See, I got Electro res again. That's crazy. Oh, I didn't have 3 E's up. Oh no. Not the wasted burst. Oh. I don't know why I did that. That was dumb. Yeah, anyways, obviously with Tignari here, this goes from sorry, with Tignari. With Nahida here, Nahida C2, it goes from hard to clear with Llama versus easy to clear with Nahida, all factors being the same. All other factors being the same. Which, cool, that's good. I mean, you would expect C2 Nahida to do better in this context. She should be. But yeah. And by the way, like, this is not the right AI build for this team context. That's what I was mentioning before with like Llama and being like, okay, I should optimize the build around the situation I'm in a little bit. Kind of whatever. I just didn't feel like changing a bunch of builds around. So yeah, that was a Tignari on Hunter's Path, which probably matters. So anyways, it's a fun clear. I like the gameplay dynamic of the team, and I like Nahida there too. It's just I can tell you I like the feel of the gameplay more with Llama overall. I like not having to have the Dendro off-fielder burst, and I'm cool. Well, yeah, not 100% confident. I'm relatively confident that a C0 Llama is better than Nahida in that context. Not, if you don't want to burst every rotation. If you do burst every rotation, they're probably pretty similar. But considering it's a situation where you would think Nahida would have an advantage, I think, you know. I don't know. Anyways, she's probably not that much worse at the end of the day. But unfortunately, I cannot. I would love to be able to turn this off and actually test that, but I cannot. So, anyways, I'm still confused about why exactly the relative damage distribution was that big of a change. Because it didn't seem like Tignari's, right? We swapped Dendro Red Shred for 30%. Def Shred, that benefits Tignari and benefits Yai, so that makes sense. We were increasing Yai's damage, right? That makes sense. But we were also adding Nahida into the formula and increasing the Dendro damage contribution that way too. Like it shouldn't be such a the unintuitive thing is it doesn't seem like to me it should be such a significant increase in Yai's damage that it makes Yai take over the relative damage contribution, right? But clearly it apparently was because we were pretty consistently getting Electro, but I wasn't paying that much attention to the Electro numbers we were getting. So it's yep, that's funny. That's all. Anyways, I like the gameplay of the Llama version more. That's fundamentally what it comes down to, and I think it's more fun to try to optimize this team. But anyways, Star Rail version 6.3, 3.6 is tomorrow. Nice. So, anyways, yeah, let's do my farming. I have to leave. Wait, why did I not claim the whatever? Well. Death Shred and lack of Dendro Red Shred? Yes, but I was getting the Nahida C2 buffs the Dendro damage. Nahida C2 buffs the Dendro damage and adds her own damage. Like, I didn't just remove Tignari and damage. I didn't just remove Dendro damage and add Electro damage by adding Nahida C2. I kept Tignari damage quite similar, added Nahida damage, and buffed Electro damage, right? But yeah, presumably it's just Nahida's damage as Pooh Bear. Presumably a C2 Nahida's damage contribution, at least with the build I had, was just not very good. That it changes the balance towards Yai is the real conclusion there, more than anything. And that's kind of sad in many ways. I feel like a C2 Nahida should have contributed more damage potential than that, but you know. Anywho's, farm this. But anyways, I'm not 1,000,000% sure that Llama is better than Nahida that team. I wouldn't pull Llama just for that team. But the fact that Llama is as good as she is for that team, to me, is an example enough so that, like, you know, yeah, Llama is the more valuable unit to pull over Nahida, right? Why? I wouldn't pull Llama specifically for that team, but Llama has a lot of use cases, and it's why I made the Llama. Wow! Oh, we reached our target today. How exciting! Look at this beautiful. I can't wait for the day when they definitely are releasing a def scaling unit, right? That's gonna happen, right, guys? So I should lock these because they're gonna release a def scaling not krai DPS. That's gonna be my favorite character in the game, right? Surely. No. I'm not gonna lock those. I mean, you know what? I'd love to eat my. I'd love to be wrong. I don't know. I have no actual reasonable belief that Hoyoverse is going to release more death scaling units. I strongly think they should. Sandrone, yeah, but I'm willing to bet she'll have her own artifact set. What the frick is this? Okay. I mean, sure. What I would have given for that to be like attack percent or EM, but I don't know. There's some whack things to do with this with potential non-krai units in the future. Meanwhile, I haven't even gotten a crit damage circlet with crit rate subset yet. Stop it. On either account, actually. Conry is the defense region? Yeah, for sure. It's got ER. It's kind of cope though. I'll lock it. I don't know. We get a cope feeling today. Did I talk about Nefer? I think I vaguely talked about Nefer. I'll talk about her in detail now. There's not that much details. Nefer is basically the same character. She does slightly less damage now, theoretically. Again, there's also still definitely unknowns on like how she can truly be min-maxed. I'm locking this on the possibility that Columbina does HP scaling damage. And that's the only reason. Well, actually, wait. That would also assume she's an on-fielder. I'm unlocking this to refuse the reality that she is an on-fielder. But yeah, she does like a small percentage less damage. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, like 5k DPS, whatever, 4% damage. Like whoop-de-doo, it really does not matter as far as a damage loss goes. What does potentially matter is her passive change. Her A4 passive originally was she converted the EM to up to 200 attack. And you might be like, oh, well that makes sense because she has some attack scaling damage, right? Except, yes, but no. The answer, unless you're playing her in a silly way, which I would do. So like this passive technically didn't do nothing for me. But it was still not that interesting of a passive, right? Regardless of me and my shenanigans. But her original passive was, 200 attack, EM to attack conversion. But like, her attack scaling damage in her good teams that most people would end up playing was not good enough to make sense. Like it just didn't make sense. What her passive did for increasing her damage was such an absurdly tiny portion of her damage. It just was nonsense. It was one of the dumbest passives in the game. Not the dumbest, because there's certainly plenty of dumb passives, but usually useless passives nowadays are reserved entirely for 4 stars rather than 5 stars. So that was kind of the weirdness. So that got completely removed, and they changed it to a quite interesting passive where Nefer, it's still an EM conversion thing, so it maxes out at 1000 EM, which sounds like it's hard to do on a unit that, oh, she's an EM scaling crit DPS that wants 1000 EM to max out this passive? That seems really hard. Not really, because all this character cares about is EM buffs. And crit. Like she scales on those 3 stats technically, but crit rate and crit damage are the same stat, just split between 2 things. Claim my feather, and then we'll have to think if I want to use this. Crit rate, crit damage are the same stat, split between 2 things. So she scales on 2 stats, EM and crit. And Zajef gave her 5k attack and gained like 2k DPS. Yeah. her attack scaling damage was useless. So anyways, EM, it's the same like 1000 EM. 1000 EM is easy to get, but she now makes lunar blooms generate verdant dew faster, basically. So the generation rate for verdant dew is it's like 1 every 1.66 seconds, I believe, rather than 1 every 2.5 seconds. And what this means is that before you could generate with every 2.5 seconds, right? You could generate 6 verdant dews every 15 seconds. And that usually would basically mean because of Nefer's skill cooldown, you would have... Hello, Pupper. I didn't mean to do that, I'm sorry. You would have... You would basically use all your verdant dews for Nefer. You would never be able to hold E on Llama with her, because Llama, when you hold E, consumes verdant dews, and Nefer is a better damage use for your verdant dews than Llama is. Like, the value of 1 verdant dew on Nefer is higher than the value of 1 verdant dew on Llama, right? And you could only generate 6 per 15 seconds. Technically, in like a 18-second rotation time, whatever you generate, maybe or 20-second rotation, you could generate 2 extra. But that's still only 8 verdant dews, not the 9 you would need to be able to do because Nefer's kit, you can do 3 charge attacks, and each charge attack uses 1 verdant dew. So each skill use in a rotation converts basically to 3 verdant dew usages. So before, you would generate like 7 verdant dews basically at most in a rotation, if you were doing like an 18-second rotation, right? And you would use 6 of them for Nefer, and that's a way better use of them than considering doing Hold E on Llama ever. So you would tap E on Llama. So that means no Llama, front-loaded nuke damage, whatever. So now with the faster generation rate, if you go divide out like even if you're doing fast rotation things, because there is like fast rotation things, if you go and take 15 seconds before, 15 seconds divided by 2.5, because there's 2.5 seconds per verdant dew, was 6 verdant dews before. So you could do 6, you could do 15-second rotations with using 2 skills on Nefer before. But then the next rotation would be a little weird. Like it was like dynamic rotation stuff, and that's I think that's a big thing that's going to make some potential Nefer teams interesting to play, is her dynamic gameplay that isn't technically restricted to having to do the same like 20-second rotations over and over and over again. She's kind of Navia-esque in that way. But with it's like Navia, but instead of it just being E a ton of damage every 9 seconds from Navia, it's E not much damage, and then to get the ton of damage you have to, how you want to do Navia's normal attacks, but like they're kind of optional. But they do contribute some damage after an E. Nefer is you E, and then you have to do charge attacks, right? That's like, it's like if you did a little bit of damage on Navia E, and then all of her damage was in her normal attacks, right? That's kind of what Nefer's gameplay is. And there's definitely nuance to it. So she's more of an on-fielder than Navia. She's less flexible to something like quick swap gameplay than Navia, which is fine. I think it's good that characters have nuance to their kits. So, yay. But the verdant dew thing, right, is now, if it's 1.66 seconds, like is apparently assumed. I don't know if we actually saw 100% confirmation of that. Because the way the faster dew generation rate might be applied in some goofy ass way, right? But the assumption is it can let you get 9 verdant dews in about 15 seconds, whereas before it was 6. And, well, that's 3 extra verdant dews. 3 extra verdant dews. What can you do with 3 extra verdant dew? It means you do a Nefer skill, do 3 charge attacks. You should have 3 verdant dues. You should be able to switch to Lauma, do a holy, and then like switch to Nefer again, kind of thing. Most likely. We don't know I don't know exactly what the rotation dynamic. I don't know if it 100% will be use Lauma holy in between the 2 Nefer skills. How is that a nerf? It's not a nerf. I said it was a nerf. The nerf came from her multipliers being lowered, I believe. So, it's not a nerf. it's a buff to Llama's damage in Nefer teams. So what this is interesting though to me is at a baseline. So what this means for most players is that Llama hold E, right, can be used, and you can build Llama for damage, and building Llama for damage is relevant, right? As I yapped before about like this was specifically against the crab, right? But the fact of the matter is you can build Llama for damage, particularly in a Nefer team, and extra front-loaded damage is good. So as an example, if you are playing one of Llama's best teams is, and yes, this is a lower defensive utility team, whatever. But if you are playing Llama, Nefer, Nahida, Aino, and that team then, or other Hydra unit, you can use Yelan instead, whatever. Well, Yelan is awkward because of the normal attack trigger condition, but anyways, we'll say Aino. It doesn't matter. You have a situation there where you can have Aino on the support set. Sorry, because before the assumption was you put Nefer, I believe, on this set, on the Sickly Moon Serenade. You put Aino on instructors, and then Nahida like would be on Deepwood, right? I believe was the assumption before. And functionally, if you wanted to put Nahida on this set and Llama on Deepwood, there's not really a functional difference to that, if that makes more sense, because, you know, it doesn't really matter. Now it makes sense to put more damage on Llama, right? And invest in Llama, even if you don't put her on whatever. It might actually still be better to put Llama on this set, but then have crit on her, right? So have wackadoodle artifacts like this one. Do I have an EM? Oh, I do have an EM time uses crit. That's funny. Okay. Should I level this up? All crit. And yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Okay. Okay. I probably should. I don't really need this now. I shouldn't have leveled this up, but whatever. You know what, I'm gonna level to 20 because, hey, having this leveled up means I can do full EM on this set. Oh, okay. That was some high rolls. So you know what? I'll take that. That's pretty good, actually. What does your build look like now, actually, if I put you on that? Weird. Okay, just put her on that. And by the way, don't forget, in a Nefer team, she gets 10% crit rate to her skill and 20% crit damage. So this is functionally already 60% crit rate. And then, hey, look, everyone's favorite friend. It's Widget. Bam. And just like that. And just like that, my llama, well, it'd be a little inconsistent, but like 60% crit rate is not bad. And the ER is probably fine, actually, because like, if you're doing triple Dendra, right? Also, I have C2 Nahida, so actually she'd be at like 80% crit rate. But anyways, I think, right? In my case, but most people probably wouldn't have that. No, 10%. Okay, she'd be at like 70% crit rate. So, like, I'd be at like 200 crit damage anyways, and 70% crit rate. Like, my llama whole E damage on the support set is going to be pretty big. Soul for promoting widgets is not soul. Yeah. I'm a widget hater, so I probably wouldn't actually use this. I'd probably use... What would I use? Well, if I needed the energy, I'd just switch back to this. Actually. Well, I don't know. The value of bigger damage number on her is kind of fun from a Nefer context. So, I don't know. This is something I would consider, probably. But you could actually consider putting the DPS set on her too. The downside of putting the DPS set on her is that you're losing an EM buff source, because if Llama or Nahida is not on this set, Ino is not on Instructors, you put Ino on this set instead, most likely. And I don't think Ino, like, losing the 120 EM buff and gaining Llama on the DPS set is worthwhile. So a strong consideration though is like what I just showed here though is a DPS oriented build, like wanting crit stats on the support set for Llama, which is I think fun. I think it gives more relevance to having damage stats on the support set is good. Yeah. Should we simulate, I guess, what's the Llama damage that we can get here? So we will use Nahida. Nefer doesn't buff Llama's holy damage, right? I don't think. No, there's nothing in Nefer's kit that buffs Llama's holy damage. So we should be able to see the exact same results that we would get by having Nefer in the team. Just by using this team. Where's Ino? There you are. Yeah, you should be on Instructors already. Yep. And you'd be on Deepwood. I have to switch back again. I need to level another EM circlet for you, and then an EM timepiece, and then I just don't have to worry about that switching artifacts all the time. Just leave you on Deepwood. Alright, there we go. And then to complete the team, this non-krai resonance thing is going to have a minor effect. I want to put someone that doesn't buff. So we're just going to put you, I guess. Let's hit the town. I don't have C4 Lanyon, but it also would only have an effect on a burst anyways, even if I did have it. Okay. What's your bets, everyone? Are we gonna get Wizard buff on first try? The EM buff? When Nefer told me about it. She's talking about Nefer. How appropriate. What is the EM buff? Is number 3. All right. EM buff is number 3. Wait, I have a waypoint. Nefer buffs 14%. What do you mean Nefer buffs 14%? How does Nefer buff by 14% in this team? Explain yourself. What did I miss? Why would Nefer buff Llama by 14%? Like, we're testing Llama holy damage. Or passive. Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, that's not 14% more damage, though. Did we really get the EM buff? And then we... No, we didn't get the EM buff. We got attack buff. Never mind. The total EM was from something else. But you also didn't crit, lady. you didn't crit with 70% crit. So, like, I would like to file a complaint. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that 14% is basically just like having more EM. So that's fair. So yes, Llama's damage, I guess, with Never would be a little bit higher. Plus the DPS artifact set, I think, technically buffs too. So I don't know. My intuition would be add not 14% higher number, but like if we get like if we get 100, we're gonna get more than 100k. If we get 100k, add, you know, 5 to 10k on top, whatever. All right, bray out, bray out. Got Ian buff. Okay, crit. Lady, you have 70% crit rate. Having 2 nod cries prevent Lunar Bloom crits? No. Lunar Bloom damage only happens from character talent abilities. That's Llama Holy, which is exactly what we're doing here. This ain't a Bloom team. We're not building the team around Bloom damage. This is me testing what Llama Holy damage would look like with this build. Close enough of a test in a in a Nefer team. To like give a vibe of, oh my god, we got it again. She has 70% crit rate, unless something's not working here. I swear to God. Oh my God. Something is off? No, nothing should be off. We have Moon Sign Descendant. I think we're just getting RNG F'd, which pisses me off because we got lucky with RNG with the with the oh no, with the with the buff. All right. I don't know what I got this time. It's gonna crit this time. Told you. Oh god damn it. Oh my gosh. Why did you murder the child? Llama's E counted as Lunar Bloom damage? It is Lunar Bloom damage. We're getting bonus crit to Lunar Bloom damage. This passive is Moon Sign Descending Gleam, 2 nod cries. Lunar Bloom damage gets crit and crit damage. Crit rate and crit damage. Crit chance is capped at the amount of Nahi to C2. What? Crit rate and crit damage of Lunar Bloom damage received are increased by 10% and 20% respectively. It's an instant increase. It doesn't say you can't go over 10%. How do we know what Nefer does? She's in beta. Which I don't personally really consider leaked information. Like, sure, you can consider it leaked information. I don't. I consider it information that you need to know to make plans on future decisions. And like you need to know what's coming next version if you want to care about what characters you build now and what kinds of artifacts you're looking for your llama. So, need Ino sacrifice for the crit? Yeah. No, I didn't. I could have teleported. Whoops. Okie dokie. Surely we get the EM buff and a crit. Don't know which one it was. It's the same one as last time. Sick. Also, wait, I totally forgot. You have to. You're supposed to. Llama burst. Also, wait, doesn't the red shred not apply? Does anyone know? When you Llama E for the first time, I guess we can test that. Well, not right now. But when you Llama E, the red shred doesn't apply until her skill hits, right? So since we're not having her skill going until, so, okay, so to do this properly, then we have to do E first on Llama, and then do our setup, which is fine. So we'll do that. Okay. Because I don't think we're getting the red shred from our hit. It applies? Oh, it does? Oh yeah, because she has the one hit hold damage. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so this does proc the red shred. Okay, never mind. So we don't have to worry about that. That's good. Okay, just have to burst. Just have to burst. That's easy. Which one did I get? The attack buff. Doom. All right. Well, here. Let's see what we get. 124k with the attack buff. Okay. Lunar Bloom takes the character's crit rate, not the crit bonus or bloom-based reaction that C2 and Llama give. Yeah, Lunar Bloom damage is different from Bloom damage. Remember, Lunar Bloom as a reaction isn't real. It's saying Lunar Bloom on screen isn't doing anything. It's the normal Bloom reaction. When you say Lunar Bloom for just doing the Hydro plus Dendro reaction. But when you actually see a Lunar Bloom italic damage number on screen, that's from a character talent using Verdant Dews. And the Verdant Dew is generated from having a non-Krai Dendro on the team. AKA probably forever until the end of time, only Llama and Nefer. That's a little bit of a doom boost, a little bit of a sad belief of mine, but I don't think there's going to be any non-Krai character other than Llama and Nefer that use Verdant Dews, but anyways. Do. What did I get? God damn it. I should have holding. Oh, how long does this take? It so annoys me that we have... I mean, we didn't use our burst, so, like, it's fine, I guess. But it so annoys me that we got the freaking Wizard buff twice in a row that we wanted. And then she didn't crit with 70% crit rate. Oh, unbelievable. Oh, I did that. No, he did it. It's fine. Okay. Oh my god, frick you! Oh boy. Oh boy. I just want to see how big the number get. The least intuitive reaction in the game. It's not a reaction. It's a character talent ability. It's the least intuitive reaction in the game because Mahoya was lying to you. Because they're calling it reaction damage when it's not reaction damage. It's talent damage. Like, that's the reason it's not intuitive, is because they're lying to you. They're straight up lying to you. It's not a reaction. We're not trying to check for reaction damage right now. We are checking for talent damage. On Llama's old E. It just says Lunar Bloom on screen to make everything confusing. That's the problem. It's literally not even a reaction. Yes, we got it. She has 70% crit rate. Okay, I've never more in my life experienced why I hate Widza so much. This is 3 times in a row where we got the buff. And she didn't crit with 70% crit rate. Ugh. That's not Wiz's fault? How is it not Wiz's fault? I didn't actually check. Frick, whatever. 180k without the EM buff. This is Wiz's fault because we have to optimize every single time we don't get the Wizard buff. Like every time we do get the attack, like we don't just ignore all the attempts that failed because of Wizard when we do get the Wizard buff. Of course, this is Wizard's fault. If Wizard was not this RNG, it wouldn't be this miserable. Anyways, this is a stupid min-maxy thing. This is confirmation that I ain't gonna touch Wizard in practice. To be clear with her, I will probably just go back to this weapon on her. And like I'll be chilling with having less crit damage and less EM. I'd be fine. We'll see what it once we get this after 7 years. This whole stream is going to become Llama Holy testing, apparently. Once we get this after 7 years. I don't have energy yet. I swear to God, if you get the buff and don't get your energy back, I'm going to be mad. Anyways, I will test the other weapon, which is going to be easy. You did not get it. That's fine. Give me my energy. There we go. Oh boy, hello. How has it happened 3 times? How has it happened 3 times? Why are you already awake? I literally just teleported, sir. You better not go invisible. Sick. I thought the boss followed you out. I thought he did for a second too. It was really big. All right, this is not what I intended to be doing this stream. I wanted to do exploration this stream. I wanted to like. To be clear, I like this was something I wanted to do. Don't get me wrong. Like I convinced myself to do this, but like, you know. I know. How are you not? What is with the RNG today? Your skill has 2 hits and you have 40% crit rate and you keep on failing to trigger fab. Ugh. Yeah, surely. I just swapped a Llama instead of not heated by accident, and then I just got the Wizard buff, and now we have to wait 30 seconds. Well. May as well watch a deer hop around for 10 seconds. Yeah, I got the EM, great. I'm so glad I got the EM there. I really needed it there. Oh. Okay, it's probably been long enough, right? Time we get to her, we'll get the buff again, right? Surely. I got the Imba. Holy crap, she did it. There we go. There you go. It's possible. It's possible. Wow. 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 Frick with it. Yeah, 277,000. And yes, Nahida C2 added a little bit of crit damage there, but Nahida C2 isn't. I mean, it's not small, but it's not insane. Switch to this. This might end up being the weapon that makes sense to use anyways because of energy needs, right? You're gonna want to burst normally with Nefer teams with her. RNG on the Scar boss, yeah. Wow. Alright, and now no Wizard buff needed. Normal, sane build. Shouldn't have full burden do, I think, there. I'm pretty sure I only had 2. Which is my bad. We'll try it again. Maybe that was the damage, I don't know. I actually wasn't... It looked like the last moon symbol was not fully up. What is the big day? What are the small nothings? I mean, the big day is just that I have a whole bunch of things I wanted to do. And new gacha week. And I wanted to do a whole bunch of exploration in Nod Krai. That was my intended focus of the stream, was doing a whole bunch of Nod Krai things. Which, as you can tell, I mean, we are doing Nod Krai things technically, but... So the big day is that I have a lot of things to do, but the actual importance level of those things is relatively low. There we go, 180k. So, like, the point is that before, like they lowered Nefer's damage a little bit functionally, but if you build Llama like this, right? This is a normal supportive-oriented build on Llama, but made to crit more consistently. All right, Llama without C2 Nahida here functionally has 63% crit rate and 130 crit damage. Right, and this is certainly not the most min-maxed a Llama build can be. Right, this is relatively relatable. Obviously, this kind of circlet's hard to get, but you know, it's certainly not insane. So it's not super min-max, but also not super low investment. And I'll switch pieces back. I guess it's worth showing. What do we get on my Deepwood build? You know, I'll just keep her. Well, I had her on this goblet before because of ER, but yeah, screw it. I'll leave her on this goblet. See if that. Yeah, I mean 197 ER. So, comparatively, this has way less crit rate and way less crit damage. And Deepwood, whatever, less buffing, yada yada. Probably not gonna get a crit here. Try with a crit damage circlet. Yeah, so crit damage circlet is an option too. I don't have a crit damage circlet in that set though. I don't think. Do I? No. Nope. So anyways, like the point of this whole exercise, right, was that with the Nefer change, the Nefer change is, for most people, is functionally a change to how you use Llama. 70k without a crit. It's functionally a change to how you use Llama. Also, wait, are you technically on? No, you're not on 4 piece of this. I could technically put her on this and get the same EM buffing. I mean, you know, I may as well. Let's see. Okay, why? Just oh, we're in comic. God damn it. Oh, okay, whatever. Give me energy. Okay. Do. Where is it? This one. Yep. Bap. There we go. Good enough. What's he doing? We're testing Llama Holdy. Because of the fact that Nefer's kit change allows you to build Llama in a way that gets meaningful value. So like, the higher investment your artifacts are, right? The point with it is all. The higher investment your artifacts are, the more you're going to scale your Nefer damage, but the more you also will scale your ability to do damage, like front-loaded damage potential, by having Llama on a damage build as well, in some form. Even if it's... God damn it. Even if it's Deepwood, you know, you can still have her do good damage on Deepwood, right? It doesn't have to be Llama on the support set. I also think I didn't burst on Llama, did I? What's the change? They changed Nefer's passive to make it so you generate more Verdant Dews with Nefer in the team. And generating more Verdant Dews means you can do a Holdy on Llama. There is something else I'm going to talk about that I think is actually more fun, personally, to me, that I don't know if will work out That is something that would... No, don't... I love when it targets you when it's not. Whatever. Can you ever... Lady... I know you have a lot less crit rate, but like, come on. Please. Do crit food? That's true. Do I have any that just are crit rate? Yup. I need energy. Freaking not hate it not generate energy unless you do reactions. Alright. Think if Scofia's food gives even more, doesn't it give... Oh. No, it's crit damage, yeah. I wanted crit rate only. Come on. DPS difference between Nefer plus Llama and Llama without Nefer is smaller now. Is it? I feel like it's just as big as it was before. Well, it should be slightly smaller now. Because of the multiplier changes, I guess, yeah. What is Lanyan doing here? We're testing for Nefer context. Lanyan is just a slot in to do nothing. So we can get similar damage as we would with Nefer. Slightly less tentatively. There we go, 160k. So, point of that was to just demonstrate that yes, even though I have much less crit rate on my Dendro, or on my Deepwood build, a Deepwood build can work too. You don't have to use the new support set. Wanted to be bigger due to small Nefer nerf? No, because Nefer's damage is gonna scale up relative. The amount of team relative DPS contribution from Nefer having big multipliers is going to scale more the bigger her multipliers are from Llama's buffs, right? Well, actually, but Llama does flat damage buff, so in conjunction with her because flat damage buff doesn't scale the same way with big talent multipliers like I was just describing there. So I don't know. The answer is as far as I don't know. The answer is no. I'm pretty sure Llama does basically just as much for Nefer as she did before. I really don't think that's changing. Isn't that less damage than earlier? Well, yeah, I used a different build. The point was that it wasn't that different. But anyways, so it's too marginal to give a rat's ass in regard to damage. Yeah, like Llama is still a big ass difference for Nefer. So anyways, point is Nefer change lets you do Holy on Llama. And that's good, particularly because a lot of people are going to be in the habit of doing Holy on Llama anyways. Right, so like people were gonna have to, if they were gonna get Nefer and you have Llama, you were gonna have to like break your habit of like holding potentially, and that's kind of annoying, right? So anyways, the actual like damage performance nerf on overall team DPS doesn't matter at all in my opinion. But there is a gameplay change in how and how you can build other characters in the team from that. The other interesting thing, this is also potentially a gameplay change with generating more Verdant Dew, is that Nefer consumes 1 Verdant Dew per charge attack. And if she is if her passive is making her generate 9 Verdant Dew in the same time she was generating 6 Verdant Dew before, can you do more Nefer charge attacks? And the simple answer for the vast majority of players is no. And the reason being is because Nefer's skill state, which makes her like do her special skill damage that does like big all her damage basically, is something I didn't deploy that. It is we can delete this. There we go. Okay. Sorry, my brain. Nefer, you'd press Nefer's skill, and then she can do 3 charge attacks, and each one of those charge attacks uses a verdant dew. It's limited to 3, right? After you do 3 charge attacks, she exits her special state, and then you'd have to use another skill to be able to use another 3 verdant dew, right? So so 1 verdant dew does convert to 1 charge attack on Nefer, but is limited to 3 per skill anyways, and she gets 1. She has 2 skill charges at a baseline and has a 9-second cooldown on each. As far as I'm aware, though, so Nefer does have damage that happens, kind of like how when you press Llama E or hold E, it starts with an instance of damage. So, you know. I don't know why I see. Oh, I know why I see. No, I know why. I'm gonna do this. There we go. So, it's worth mentioning that this passive change, I think, opens up some sack frag shenanigans with Nefer. I don't know that it would be actually worth doing, but of course the skill activation didn't actually trigger the reset. Did it? Okay, actually it's kind of confused how the deer hadn't triggered it, but we will wait. I want the skill activation to trigger. It was my point of doing this. The point of doing this isn't to test anything on Llama right now. I don't think there's that much reason to put Llama on it. But yeah, look, I just got a reset on her skill. Now with Nefer, being that you can do theoretically an extra skill, watch your vids and so far. You're the only streamer I know that's the same between YouTube and Twitch. Good job, Mr. Streamer. What does that mean? What do you mean by the same? Like just that I dual stream? Because I don't, or I dual stream like the same scenes. Because I've been considering setting up different scenes for Twitch versus YouTube. But anyways, oh, you show the same side. Oh, I see. Thanks. You're just like me, like yeah, you're actually just trying to be a similar person in your content. Yeah, I am trying to be me in my content. All sides of me, even if I have mood swings or whatever, as humans do, is me. So thank you. Anyways, Ziox is a YouTube voice. I mean, I do have a little bit of like I go in like YouTube recording mode is a different mode for my brain than live stream mode, but I understand what you mean. What was I saying? I'm a yappy boy regardless. So this weapon on Nefer is weird in that it's whether or not this can actually, with the Nefer change for generating more verdant dew, can actually be abused. Really depends on how many charge attacks you can get out, right? Like, can you actually take advantage of having an extra skill on Nefer, which can be an extra up to extra 3 charge attacks on Nefer, but this would extend her field time. So buffs might run out before you can do that, and then also we don't know exactly how her animations can be canceled. Like her charge attack animation is pretty long, has a pretty significant end lag, but if there is the ability to cancel animations meaningfully in a way that saves you time. Like right now at a baseline, the time save probably doesn't matter that much because of the normal rotation time things. You know, you do 3 charge attacks, you do skill, 3 charge attacks, skill, 3 charge attacks, and you're kind of good, right? But this would be potentially a 3rd skill, and also it being the reset only occurs every 16 seconds means you wouldn't necessarily get it at consistent timings. So I think sack frags would push you towards like more weird dynamic rotation shenanigans. Like I don't know. Trying to think through how the mapping of the timing of skill resets and how you might time charge attacks usages to use the extra verdant 2 with sack frags on Nefer is very interesting to me. This is actually like the most interesting thing that I have thought of for Nefer as her intended kit works, that I think could be super fun on a gameplay level. And there is a possibility, I'm not going to say this is for sure true, because it all really depends on things that we just don't know. And it's very likely that it won't really be the case, like I'm hoping. But and for 99% of players, it doesn't matter anyways, even if it does end up being the case. But if there does end up being enough tech with charging or with like canceling charge attack animations, whatever, but still getting the damage out, and where it could make sense to get these skill resets, and the skill resets allow you to use the extra verdant dew to do extra charge attacks on Nefer, rather than using the extra verdant dew to do a Llama hold E, could mean that sack frags is her best weapon on, not like overall, like almost, like, to be clear, her signature weapon is really good for her and is going to juice her stats so much that like doing extra charge attacks doesn't matter. But like compare it, but on an accessibility level, comparing this weapon on Llama and potentially getting extra charge attacks out, versus the craftable weapon, which I don't have. The craftable weapon at R5 basically is just the same base stats as sack frags, but the passive gives Lunar Bloom damage bonus. And Lunar Bloom damage bonus, basically you can just pretend that says more EM, right? It's basically the same base stats of sack frags, but the passive says more EM for Llama, or for Nefer. And that's cool. Like the craftable was good on her, right? But sack frags possibly could easily beat that out if it does enable some shenanigans, like I'm thinking. But it's probably not going to be a thing most people care about. It's just something I care about, and might change her gameplay dynamic to a significant degree that makes her more engaging for me to play. But we'll see what happens. We will really see what happens. That's Nahidon. She was on Deepwood a second ago, but now she is on whatever. Anywho's, I need to go to polearms only quick. Do I want to use these? So yeah, Never changes. Make me more interested in her as a character. Is the overall conclusion. Oh yeah, I rolled this last night. Hey, well, actually, no. I was gonna say, hey, maybe Columbine is HP scaling, but no. I don't want this to be a relevant piece for Columbine. I don't care. I don't want it to. I only started this for a potential reroll because, you know, rerolling it for EM and crit damage might make sense in the future, but I don't want to right now if I don't have a strong use case for it. But this set could theoretically be used on anyone too, so like HP rolls aren't necessarily bad. It's just it's just like thanks game. Do not curse me with Columbina wanting to use this artifact set. I'll be a sad boy. I wish I had better crit damage circlets. I would reroll this for potential. This started with, this is a 4-land with double max roll, if I recall. This is 30 CV with only 2 crit rolls. I am tempted to reroll this on a level of, it could be quite interesting for me to test this on Dia, because one thing I didn't test, for example, in the Melt Dia teams, is Vorakasha's is probably a pretty bad artifact set for Dia in the Melt team context. So an emblem actually becomes more compelling there, because she's more ER hungry in general. I don't know. Let me check. Are you posting more Dia videos? Yeah, probably. It's just taking longer for me to figure out how I want to do it, because it's more complicated to make because of the things I want to say and show and talk about. Um. So, okay. Problem number one. I don't know how much energy I'll actually want to put on Dia. If I do put her on emblem for like the one team. Let's check the hypothetical. I would probably want to make this work, so... I don't have a crit damage circlet that doesn't have... Or that has crit, right? I've gotten them in the past, but they rolled like really terribly and they didn't have like good other stats. Should maybe try to get better emblem pieces again. Circlets in particular. This one's a weird one. This one is theoretically best. Okay. It's usable. I don't know about the ER. I was running an ER timepiece before. With Mount Dia, if I recall. But I could put more on her. Actually, you know what? This is probably better. It looks less satisfying, but it's probably better. Again, if I don't need the ER. Okay. Do I do it? This is one of the pieces on the account that has the highest potential reroll wise. But like, I should arguably just save for future artifacts. Could reroll this as well. Get a Veressa upgrade maybe. This one is more exciting to reroll, that's for sure. Kind of. It's like this, I don't know, doesn't really fundamentally change deal. Like she's usable regardless, I guess, right now. She doesn't really need the crit rate to be, or more crit to be usable on that piece. Right. Yeah, I got level 100 Dia in the last stream I did on YouTube 2 streams ago on Twitch. If you want to check out that VOD. It's just weird using this for Dia when it's like never going to be one of my pieces to default to, right? Whereas like this, I think for us is going to be useful long term. Ugh. But if this rolls poo-poo on a reroll, I'm going to be sad. I mean, I'd be sad if this one did too, but... too many reroll options. You know what, this is never getting rerolled. Most likely these pieces aren't either, but a lot of these pieces here are not likely to be rerolled. I don't know. You know what, on the logic of the fact that the flat HP here is actually not a useless stat in Dia, I'm gonna get this out of the way, and then I can like, if this rolls okay, I can be done with caring about rerolls for you know who, Veressa. This is a 4-liner started. I don't know what the starting attack percent roll is, but obviously the crit damage at the start was good. Wow. I don't know if that's even an upgrade technically. Fuck this game, man. Fuck this game. I really don't know if it's an upgrade. It is a side grade at best. Bruh. Plungy topies, yeah. Wow, this is maybe the reroll that has pissed me off the most. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually kind of pissed right now because of how annoying this is to evaluate on this screen here. And like, I don't want to go do the freaking math for it, but I am going to. We're gonna do the math. Oops, didn't mean to minimize that. Okay. Minimize my chat. There we go. Okay, bring it back. Where's my? There it is. There it is. Okay. Okay, is that my current Versa build? That is my current Versa build. Okay. So current. Whoops. Current Versa build is this one. This is with a different circlet. So what I would have really liked, right, is for this circlet, like what I wanted for the result of this circlet when I re-rolled it, was for it to replace this circlet on Versa. Because my Versa currently has enough ER that I didn't need the ER rolls, right? But like more ER isn't necessarily useless on her. Actually, wait, I'm using a different flower now, technically, but I'll use this flower in the calculation. So we're gonna go into damage calculator crate. Because this is just a simple artifact check thing. We don't need to do like team DPS calcs or anything. Versa, level 90. Oh, they added level 100. Nice. My Veresa's talents are currently level 9, so I'll keep them level 9. That shouldn't really change the relative artifact comparison at all. Though, where's Miss Chevris? There she is. Okay, Eon Son and Moeekers. Where's the Moeeker? I mean, I can put in actually anyone for a Moeeka, to be fair. But we'll put her there because that's who I usually use. She's on Tenacity. You know what I should do on? It would be funny to do. I haven't actually done this, but I should do Moeeka Tenacity with Makaira Aquamarine and a full EM Moeeka build. You might be like, no, but if I'm not bursting on Moeeka, that might actually be the damage optimal build anyways. Anyways, oh, this is not formatted very well, is it? Okay, there we go. This is linked in my description, by the way, in the YouTube video. gi.damagecalculator.app. It is such an unappealing yellow color. This is orange, in my opinion. I would not describe that as yellow. If it's yellow, you're like, this is yellow on the stars here. This is orange. I think your display is garbage. Sorry. Anyways, it's just an orange contrast with the blue background, so it's visible, and to draw your attention to it. I don't know, it's just good UI design. Anyways, okay. So Eon Song would be on Fab, you'd be on Scroll, you would be on Songs. Okay, debuffs. Oh, I haven't set the. It doesn't remember any of my settings because. Yep. Alright, level 100 thing with default resistances. Ascension 1 passive. Do not have C2 Moeeka. Okay. Yes. Yes. I think yes. Wait, that's C1. I don't have C1, so that doesn't do anything. Whatever. This would probably be. Wait, would this be at 2 stacks with 3 Nog Krais? I don't remember. Does anyone remember? I don't remember what the timing of Night Soul Burst is. Because Veresa is like one of the only contexts where this minorly matters. I don't know. This kind of does matter for potentially changing. I'll say 1 stack. This potentially changes. We do have 3 Nog Krais, but this potentially changes the relative value of the attack percent stats on the circlet, which is what we're checking here, to figure out which stupid piece I should keep. But it really pisses me off already at a default that it's just worse than, unless I need the ER, it is worse than my existing circlet, which is what really pisses me off, because I would have wanted this to roll in a way that lets me replace my existing circlet. But oh well. Okay. So, you, and we'll just assume max stacks, Eonson, what? Oh, that's why. There we go. I was like, that's not enough attack buff. There we go. Yes. And yes, that will be up. That will not be up because I refuse to use a burst. It will not enable Makaira, but it'd be something I could do. We will assume 5 stacks. We will assume 12,000 average. I'm going to assume 10k. Scroll. Electro, Night Soul, and Tenacity. Okay. And her weapon. There we go. That still seems lower than it should be, actually. Oh, I didn't put in the artifact stats yet. Yep, duh. Okay. 10.1, 17.1, 5.8. Okay. What? Oh, that's cutting it. 10.1. 17.1. What was the flat attack? It was 18. Doki. The flat stats probably don't matter that much, but putting them in anyways, 14.4 and 14. Again, we're not calcing like energy calcs or anything. Just basically checking the crit value and attack percent stats. And 12.4, 7.4. Attack percent. 9.3. Okie dokie. So, crit circlet with 25.6 crit damage and 9.9% attack. Bap. Okay, so current Varesa circlet. Wait, also a spot attack. Bap. Yeah. Current Varesa circlet is getting. We'll just look at the crit. Wait, no, we should look at the. Sorry. No, wait. We don't need to look at the average number because the crit rate isn't really changing. We can just look at the total crit. So 198,000 from a flying kick. That is. Oh wait, that's a burst. What am I doing? Oh wait, no, that's fine. Wait, where's our plunge? There it is. So burst, yeah, is a little bit under 200k. Okay, cool. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. I was like, this still seems low. Yep, there we go. Artifacts, Long Night's Oath. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now I got everything. Yes. Okay. Debuffs. Yes. Okay. Cool. So Fire Passion, High Plunge, 160k. So we got 160k and then 200k, 238k. Okay. So first of all, if I change to what I just got, 4.721, obviously this is going to be worse. We're going to ignore the flat attack because I'm lazy. Wow, it's worse damage. Crazy. Who would have thought that it's worse than my existing one? The important thing here, though, is comparing to what it was before for keeping the previous circlet, because it's possible that the previous circlet was literally better. It's possible the extra attack is better than the crit damage. Which is so... Why did I have to roll like this? This pisses me off so much. This just angers me. I hate rerollers. I actually hate them. I only hate them because of roll variation. I think they would be only a positive thing. I actually think this game was more enjoyable to farm artifacts and get builds for with rerollers not existing. I actually freaking hate them at this point. They make the having to think about whether or not you keep artifacts so much more cringe. I would just rather go back to the reality where an artifact rolls shit and I can throw it away. I unironically would. It angers me. Anyways, and this is a wonderful example of this. Like this utter waste of time. Just like utter waste of time and thought, and I could just feed this shit in. I could have just fed this artifact in to something else. Forever ago. I actually want the old reality back. They piss me off at this point. So that's why I've been kind of liberal with using them though, is because like I just want to not have them. I don't want to have them and constantly think about them other than when I get them. But they're kind of pissing me off more on average than they are being beneficial. But I'm gonna go to polearms only. I'm gonna use one of polearms only, and maybe that'll actually turn out well because it has no bad rolls. But anyways, so anyway, 13.4% attack. 7.8 crit damage. So 7 point. Wait. Sorry, I gotta look at the damage numbers. 21. So we got 231, 191, and 157. Okay. Okay, so it's slightly worse. So we keep the new one. Wow, it's an upgrade. Yay. It's an upgrade. Okay. Cool, I guess. As long as I don't need the ER roll. If the ER roll is relevant, then it's not. But either way is a downgrade. Either way is a downgrade to my current piece, which doesn't really change the situation for me. Right? That's the thing that pisses me off the most, is even though it's an upgrade over what it previously was, it's a downgrade over my existing circlet unless I need the ER for Veressa. So therefore, what does this do for me? It does literally nothing, right? But I thought this was one of the higher potential ones to do something. Now I would have rather re-rolled this, even though that was also not in a fundamentally different state where like it could have been the same situation, right? But oh well. I should have saved them, but like I said, they kind of just annoy me. They kind of just annoy me at this point. Bam. Okay, there we go. If it clears, it doesn't matter to you. Exactly. It really is not going to change the gameplay experience. Like, basically, I don't know if I've had a single reroller on my main account that has resulted in something that's like, yes, that is going to change my gameplay experience, right? I don't think I've had that happen yet. And maybe the most notable, like actually the only exception maybe might be my Skirt Goblet. This was a reroll, and it rerolling like this while I was salty about the one bad roll was a reroll balance that was meaningful for changing how I could balance her build in a way that can result in a gameplay change, I would say. But yeah, anyways, it's in the notices. Notices, update summary. Oh, sick. Okay. Wait, what? Where her charge attack would fire... What was this bug? Does anyone know what this bug was? Valley Orchid. Is this... There was a bug with her skin that made her charge attack work differently? Is that what that is? No, that's not what... Is Valley Orchid just what her charge attack was called? What is Valley Orchid? If you save up like 8 or something, can't you guarantee all 5 stats? No. That is not how that works. You can never guarantee all 5 stats. It's the name of the thing for trials. Oh, okay. So it was just a trial thing that was changed. I see. That makes sense. I was like, did they actually fix something in a character kit that I didn't know was a problem? After 5 years? The answer is no, of course not. The reroll system has a pity system. The decree rolls are not going to guarantee an artifact rolls exactly what is ideal. Like, the fact that you can't, that one, you have to choose 2 stats, like particularly for like a circlet, means like ooh, wow, I can select 2 guaranteed stats, and if I use 18 feathers, I can guarantee it rolls 4 times into crit rate and attack percent, except for it can roll entirely into attack percent, right, and not into crit damage at all. Not that attack percent rolls are bad, but like you probably didn't want entirely attack percent. And conversely, for other pieces where you would choose crit rate, crit damage, it could be very ideal for you to have it roll entirely crit damage or crit rate. And so like getting guaranteed rolls for the stats you selected doesn't guarantee it rolls in a way that's actually beneficial still, especially because there's roll variance. Again, that's like I said before, I wouldn't actually hate rerollers, I don't think, if the roll variant system didn't exist, where it's not just getting crit rolls, it's also whether or not they actually roll highly or not. But yeah, and it's also at best 4 guaranteed stats into the 2 selected ones, but they can still low roll. And like you got to realize 4 minimum rolls into crit is the same as 3 rolls into crit that are like decent, that are like high rolls, right? Like the guarantee roll thing barely matters. It doesn't not matter. You should use them smartly when you have the guaranteed roll thing. Like the guaranteed roll thing is something when you have the guaranteed roll, you use it on those pieces that are like at going to guarantee you get a value from the guaranteed roll, right? So like I used it on a circlet that was on my Nefer on my main account, for example. That was like, I don't remember what the crit value was, but it was like, I think it was under, it was like 10.1 crit rate and like 5 crit damage or something, and guaranteeing 4 crit rolls into that, and it was a 3-line piece, so it couldn't get an extra roll of crit anyways because it wasn't a 4-line piece. Guaranteeing, and it had EM as a secondary stat, and I didn't want necessarily extra rolls in the EM, but that was like an ideal secondary stat to have. So that circlet, right, I chose, it was an attack circlet, right, and I wanted an attack circlet on her. That circlet I chose to use my 4 decree rolls on, and I don't regret that. And that was useful because there was, even if it low rolled, it would have pissed me off if it low rolled, but even if it low rolled, it would have given me guaranteed value. That's how you use those decree rolls, is on those specific artifacts where there is no possible reality where using it actually gives you a worse piece. That's how you use them. But it's not actually a pity system. Not really. It's kind of a pity system, but because of the roll variance and how actual min-max optimized builds might want you to have like a specific stat more than the other stat you select, it's just the re-rollers I think have actively made the grinding, the min-maxing my build experience less fun for me. That's all it is. Like it adds a decision factor that's really awful into how I build characters. And it's just something I'd rather not waste my time with at this point. That's my conclusion. Because on average, they just aren't going to result in anything that meaningful. But like, they're rare enough that you feel like you want to use them smartly. So you spend a lot of time and thought being like, oh, whether or not something is worth considering using and whatever. And then when you actually re-roll it, you're like, oh wow, that re-roll is like meh, like I just used on my min account. But how meh? Okay, I guess it's an upgrade. That's cool. Yay. Except it's not an upgrade enough that I'm actually going to use it. So, yay. I don't need to lock that, actually. Anyways. Kave Shadow Bloom with Llama. I intended to have that video out already. So, yes. So anyways, frick rerollers. That's my opinion. But we're going to use another one here. And probably get annoyed at it again. Interesting. This one's also interesting. Either worst case scenario, fat piece, right? But also 4-line, so you never know. It doesn't really save you much resin like the elixirs do. Yeah, elixirs were far, far better for the game. Rerollers are something that, like, I still maintain I think they're a good end game reward, but the fact that they are the reward for Stygian Onslaught and how extremely meh they are on average, again, I think means they're a really good endgame reward. I think they're a really good endgame reward. Okay. Hey, maybe Columbine is a polearm unit, guys. Maybe she has HP scaling damage. So yeah, I think elixirs are far more valuable. Like, it's far easier to make decisions on how to use elixirs smartly. I think they're more fun. I don't know. Wow. Cryo Moika with finale set. I think I tested it once. It was like, yep, this works. It's not really that interesting. It's not... I don't know. I already made I've made enough variations of meme Moika things and nobody watched them, so... How do you use Elixir smartly? Use them to finish off builds. Generally speaking. You can use them... I'll lock it, but... the piece we're going to reroll for Flynn's is a feather, so I have a perfect feather that's a 4-line crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, EM. The way you use Elixir smartly is you use it to complete your builds. So you farm art, like right now we have a new artifact set, right? Say you're farming for Flynn's or Nefer or whatever. So you farm, we'll use Nefer as an example because she's literally not, well, Flynn's isn't out yet either. But let's say, we'll use this account as an example actually, because this is a case where like, I am going to probably try to use Elixir smartly. So right now for Flynn's, so we're gonna ignore the, well, we shouldn't ignore, but Flynn's does have some ER needs, but what his ER needs end up being is gonna have to be something I'm gonna feel through. Right now my ideal would really be getting a double crit flower with ER. Or a double crit timepiece with ER to help balance out his stats a little bit. But anyways, I'm in a situation where like my timepiece options are both, you know, obviously kind of cope. And my circlet options, I actually got this yesterday and somehow it rolled 20% attack, and that's actually pretty good. So like I have this equipped to Kaching right now, and you can see with this timepiece, with this piece, and if we put like this piece on, because having 2 pieces without crit rate is probably not something we want, but he is a crit damage ascending character from what I recall, and then this artifact set gives 30% crit rate, don't forget. And then we'll have like 22% crit rate from his weapon or Jade Spear, same crit rate. So this is like a 90% crit rate Flynn's build with almost 200% crit damage. If I choose to go a little bit more RNG heavy, this is going to be a higher, like a little bit more RNG. Probably worse on a spreadsheet level, but still, you know, 80 some percent crit rate. Flynn's build with like 200 and some crit damage. So right now for me, being that like flowers are also the most likely option that I will get upgrades on over time as I farm the domain more. Same thing with feathers. But timepieces, circlets, and goblets are all like super RNG to get. And in the context of Flynn's, for me, the obvious thing to do to try to finish getting his build to a good point would be to either use elixirs for a crit damage circlet or an attack timepiece. Right now, though, even though I could go and do that at any time, well, sorry, I technically have 2 right now, but I can get a 3rd elixir very easily, either by finishing some Natlan, doing some Natlan exploration, or I actually plan to buy the battle pass. So I think as soon as I buy the battle pass, I'll get 1 more elixir. So like I can craft a timepiece or a circlet, right? But right now, being that either of them could make sense to get, I don't think it makes sense to use an elixir right now, right? What makes sense? It makes sense to use an elixir when I get one of those pieces. So let's say I get a crit damage circlet that, you know, has attack percent, crit rate, and rolls well. Well, then I don't need to craft a crit damage circlet, and then I should use those elixirs to craft a timepiece. And that timepiece is guaranteed to have at least 2 crit stats in it to it, and roll decently enough that it can save me resin. I can stop farming artifacts for him unless I choose to be like, oh no, I want to min-max him further. Like I need those 2 extra, because in the worst case scenario, right, you're going to get like a 20 CV attack percent timepiece, for example. And I would love if it had ER or whatever, but like 20 CV attack percent timepiece, like is it going to change my Flynn's experience to have an additional 10 crit value, additional 15 crit value, additional 20 crit value from getting to a 40 CV timepiece? Maybe. Like, maybe it will, because it's a polearm only account, but realistically it probably won't, right? It's probably not going to change things. So to use elixirs smartly, you use them to end your farming, in my opinion, or to otherwise guarantee an upgrade for your build, or to guarantee a option of like using an off piece, which would be an upgrade to your build, right? So like using it for a goblet can make sense if you have a really good circlet that's worth using, right? It might make sense still for me to use it on a goblet. I just don't think I will, because I have 2, what I would consider 2 really, really compelling options for an attack goblet for him. One of them is this one, just because it has a whack ton of CV. The other one is this one, because I might need the ER stats, right? So either one of these are very compelling goblets for me to use. So I'm not gonna craft an onset goblet, but if an onset goblet comes randomly, that could be very beneficial. So anyways, for Flynn's, I have this piece. So I believe it started with a low crit damage roll. I think it was a, I don't remember if it was 3.9 or 3.5 crit rate, but obviously it was a high roll. And I think the crit damage roll was 6.2. And I think the attack percent started low, and the EM doesn't really, I mean, the EM is nice because it's a damage relevant stat, but isn't what we want rolls into. So this piece anyways can be a pretty significant upgrade. Why don't I not have it? Oh, I didn't claim it. This piece can be a pretty significant upgrade. Or is unlikely to roll worse, right? So this is a relatively safe reroll, I think. And it's unlikely I am going to get a piece just at all that's meaningfully better for Flynn's. Like, arguably, I should maybe save this feather, right? I should arguably save this feather because... What am I doing? Like, we could get something theoretically better at a baseline, and it could roll better, and then I could just save the feather for re-rolling an elixir piece, right? Or whatever. But I think this is a fairly safe play. I think. If it goes all into EM for the non-crit rolls, though, that's the one way this rolls bad. This rolls worse than it is. If I get the same rolls but like a lower crit rate roll, a lower crit rate roll, and 100 EM, right? That's not what we want. But being that's like an ideal starting point, it kind of makes sense, I think, to do this. Okay. Fuck yourself, game, and your shitty low rolls. But that's pretty good, actually. Other than the fact that the attack percent rolls are actually garbage. The reason those attack percent rolls are kind of garbage. What is the average roll there? This is an upgrade, mind you. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm just pissed off from the low rolls. This is what I'm talking about. We're like, every freaking single time you do a reroll, like, you end up annoyed about something. This is my experience. Because, like, they're only relevant on a min-max level, but like crit is low. Yeah, thanks, but it's like the same crit value, so like whoop-de-doo. But anyways, this is low roll average for sure on crit on the attack percent. Divided by 4 is, yeah, this is this bruh. I think this was like, what, 4.1 plus 4.1 plus 4.7 plus 4.7. Yeah, this was 2 minimum rolls and 2 low rolls into attack percent. Like, actually go fuck yourself, game. The roll variation system pisses me off so much. But I would say that this low rolled enough because that was also a minimum crit rate roll, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so I started with 3.5 and it was a minimum crit rate roll. So I lost like, what's the crit value? Is the crit value the same? I think the crit value is the same because of the crit damage roll I think was max, right? But 13.2 times, or 13.2 plus, so 25.6 CV, 7.4 times 2 plus 7.7. So technically it's 1 CV lower. 1 CV lower is fine. And I gained like a minimum attack percent roll. I traded an EM for a minimum attack percent roll. This is like the most minor ass of minor ass upgrades ever. Like, so this is confirming my theory of rerollers are shit garbage. Rerollers are shit garbage because of the fact that roll variation exists. So that's, anyways, don't, like, the reason I'm saying this is an upgrade, by the way, is don't undervalue attack percent. Attack percent rolls for like an optimized Flynn's build are going to have like near amount the same value as crit rolls. Like, do not, for the love of everything, undervalue attack percent rolls on your Flynn's. This artifact to a similar level is potentially an ideal artifact for my Flynn's, except now that I keep on getting freaking artifacts that don't roll into goddamn crit rate, it makes it a lot harder to use artifacts that don't have any crit rate at all, which pisses me off. So at this point, like, this may have been a better bet to re-roll than the other piece, but anyways, it's like a side grade basically. Sick. Thanks, game. I like it. I wish to note I have not gotten a single feather, by the way, from exploration and nod cry yet on this account. Should we do that? Should we reroll? Should we go do exploration and try to reroll it again? It wouldn't take us that long to get a reroll feather. I'm kind of salty about that one because I really wanted that to roll like, you know, 30 CV plus attack percent, and I'd be like, oh, sick, right? Having like 2 attack percent rolls and being like 35 CV. Okay. Yeah, sick. That's basically an ideal artifact. I'm completely happy with it, right? But it's obviously still full on in the territory of with how low value those rolls were. Like, the rolls themselves, where they landed, I'm fine with. But like, the roll values are low enough that it's worth rerolling again, and that's annoying. So, just check my battle pass level because I was planning on buying the battle pass anyways, but I'm not close to that. Oh, I wasn't planning to do exploration on this account today, but I guess exploration is a little bit more valuable in this account right now. Or wait, I'm just stupid. Wait, let's do some co-op. Wait, no, not co-op. Let's do. Okay, so unironically, it's annoying to clear menacing difficulty. Does anyone have? How do we? I'm just trying to think. So if we do a polearms only clear in co-op, it has to be polearms only still. But I don't know if co-op is actually easier to do a polearms only clear with. I don't think it is. Is it? Maybe it is, because the Yao Yao player could just stay on field with Yao Yao. And then the Candace player... I'm going to make a Dia guide in the future? Yeah. So anyways, my point is I can get a reroller from this. And I will be able to get a reroll from difficulty 5 at worst when Flynn's... I'm like 99% certain I can clear Fearless, by the way. But it's just going to take annoying ass. Like, this team is so annoying. It's so annoying to try to there's so many layers of RNG with the crab. And the way that Yao Yao's targeting works and Candace, the limitation of Candace and Yao Yao for the Hydro and Dendro is so annoying. HSR, yes, HSR does have roll variance. And to be clear, I think HSR roll variance is worse than Genshin because Star Rail has more instances of things, like a ton of instances of things where like you could have a low roll that makes it so like getting a low roll versus a high roll is the difference in whether or not you reached a breakpoint for a particular stat actually making a difference at all. And if you didn't reach a breakpoint in that stat making a difference, it literally makes no difference. Like you literally could have circumstances where you could get like 3 additional rolls of a stat, but because one of them didn't high roll to get you past a breakpoint, it's worse. Like you just, those 3 stats did nothing at all for your build functionally, like almost functionally nothing. Where just because like one of them didn't high roll kind of situation. I literally had that circumstance multiple times. It is a big part of what broke me with Star Rail. And like, I couldn't, right? So yeah. I think it's harder to do in co-op. So I don't know. Let's see if I can clear the crab, and this will be trivial if I can clear the crab. I haven't actually tried the menacing difficulty again with the different builds that I put on characters, so let's try menacing to save my sanity. Maybe we can try fearless too. But like I'm like 90% confident I could clear fearless. But it's just annoying. It's just annoying. And not worth. That's all. But yes, Zenless rerollers, I'd be like, I'd just be happy about Zenless rerollers because I could be like, oh, sweet, these AP attack percent pieces, I could reroll. Menacing Drake is not better for polearms only. The Drake isn't really a problem. The Drake I think could be optimized down even at fearless difficulty is not hard. But if you're talking in co-op, yeah, probably. Hello, Adesh. What is that emote? I did not land at a good spot. Not a bad spot, but not a good spot. And now we get to wait on cooldown. Okay. Why did I do that? It's such RNG hell. It's so bad. Does it not do a second shield at menacing? Okay. If it doesn't do a second shield at menacing, that's a good thing. No, it does. Oh, thank you. Okay. And then of course you can't land. Okay. And we got it. Like I can't hit. Like you see how awful it is to try to get right and even hit these consistently. It's so annoying. Oh, it's not gonna land. Oh my god. So yeah, based on what you're seeing at menacing here, you're probably like, no, it's impossible to do it at fearless with this team. I don't think it is. It's just nightmare misery RNG. Actual nightmare. I forgot to. It's just actually nightmare misery. And I just don't want to at this point. I think I'll wait for Flynn's to clear it, and that's just, it's lame that I feel like that, but God dang it, brain. Virgin's A, we might be better. Honestly, you might not be wrong. It actually might be better to try a Virgin Toma. God damn it, why did brain time it right? Under the sea, under the sea. YouTube did not copyright baloney. That is the worst positioning for that bloom core freaking possible. It hit 2. Wait, menacing crab doesn't punish Virgin? Oh, really? I didn't even know that. Okay, I didn't read your previous message. Sorry. Well, we're gonna try again with this. I have a small rant about Stygian, of course. I should wait to do that. God damn it. That's a good position. It might trigger all of them. Nope, it's not gonna trigger all of them. Sick. Oh, I love crab RNG. Isn't this boss so fun? I don't have energy. Boy. Why is there 6 things coming but not it being knocked down? Okay. Yeah, you know what? We should just try Toma. If it doesn't punish you for Virgin here. Wait, I didn't get a seed. I do need a seed to start. Don't understand what the mechanics change between menacing and fearless. Just be consistent. I don't actually mind it that much personally. Oh my god, brain! I want the extra particles from doing that, but anyways, I don't actually mind it that much that the mechanics change. Why, man? The RNG of where the seed spawns relative to the bloom core spawns, relative to the RNG of also where the freaking seeds from the crab spawns is just actually insanity inducing. I pulled them on my mana account. I didn't pull them on a pull and mana account for hopefully obvious reasons. Yeah, I don't mind the mechanics change because I actively think the mechanics changes is what can make a lot of the bosses. That placement is diabolical. That seed drop is diabolical. Llama has 2 polearms on her head, true. I still only got 3. Bro, how will we not, like, this is the shit I'm talking about. I'm just, yeah, let's try Toma. Yeah, it doesn't say no pyro. Okay. It's gonna be weird. When I've tested Virgin before, it doesn't really work properly. But we'll see. by not in the crab specifically. I'm just talking on this account because like the ratios of hydro application to pyro and whatever just and dendro are just not there to get good core generation. But that might not matter against the crab because of how important just triggering dendro damage on the seeds this crab spawns is. Oh yeah, Catane. I was like, what am I doing? Okay, Catane, R5, and then we do floppy flops. Do I have ER on my flop set? I hope so. Yep, that's a whole lot of ER there. Glad I have a double crit piece. Yep, that's a whole lot of ER there. Alright, sick. That is ER. We'll choose this that has 16 ER. That is 13 ER, 16 ER. We'll try to get away with a 13 ER one. 2 more EM rolls, you never know, might matter. Okay, and EM, ER off piece circlet. And I guess we're yoinking that from Raiden 2. Boink. Alright. 153 ER, Catane, 800 EM Tomers. Hopefully good. We'll see. We'll see what Nefer does here. Nefer might not make sense, but I want to see what happens. She gives EM buffing in the worst case. Alright, man, that was a really good core placement, but I did it too early. It's gonna pop before it... Yep. God damn it. Okay. Oh, it's so close. Okay. First impression, I think Toma is indeed better. Can I get my energy up? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh crap. Okay, well. Wasn't exactly a clean way to get that down. Okay, so annoying. Okay, what happens if I put Emily here instead? Like, that should be fine, because I'm pretty sure, like, it's... Oh, can it, actually? I don't even know. I don't know if it can. What do I do for this? Let's see what Emily does. I'm not sure how the Drake is. Brain. Hello, Devoured. Time to pull Llama C0? Yeah, I'll pull Llama C0 on my Polar Molny account. That makes sense. Bruh, the placement of that bloom. Like, also, why is... Anyone notice how Yalio just targeted the same spot? That was interesting. Okay. Oh my god, we are nowhere near having energy on him. Bruh! You can't be serious with your cooldowns, my sir. Alright, Emily, please destroy this dude. Also, I just realized I don't think I had Deepwood on the team before. No, I have Deepwood on the Never mind. That's stupid. I did have Deepwood. Okay. So, it's not too surprising that that worked decently. But the question is, what do I do without Emily? For the menacing Drake might actually become a problem. Oh no. Well, wait. No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem because we didn't use Raiden, and Arlecchino can solo this butthole. She can solo without a problem. It'll be trivial. And this should be doable here. Let me probably start with you. Do you? Okay. And then this literally doesn't matter here. Mono, Geo, Arlecchino. I mean, we don't even need to do the full team, I guess. But here, do this. Emily, best unit proven. Yeah. You support some. Warn you. Looks like violence is here. I don't even know if Kachina's on scroll properly or not, but honestly, it's slower than I thought it would be. Alright. Hu Tao and Sino? Actually, Hu Tao and Sino could be an interesting option. No. We're gonna see how this works though. You need to go back on your normal build. Kachina was on engulfing. That's gonna mean I have to redo the other clear, isn't it? Sick. Thanks. I love it. I love that you can't share artifacts and equipment between this for some godforsaken reason. Why? Oh, we need you to pull for more things. We really need that. We don't care about money, guys. But we won't let you change artifacts, or we won't let you share artifacts between things. Wait, I don't even... What the frick was my emblem build? Oh, God. I actually have no idea. I have too many emblem pieces on this frickin' account. It was definitely that. I did the smart. I did the smart. And I had Yume Mizuki on my loadout. I used Yume Glorp as loadout character. Let's go. Good job, pass brain. Good job, pass me. What circlet did I use? This one, apparently. Let's go. Good job, pass me. Good job. Okay. So yeah, we'll see how the energy situation goes here. I think Xiangling should be fine. Yep. Yep. Boy, I would like some more Fab Lances. Alright. Actually, Wild, you're having this much trouble at level 4? Oh yeah. This account is like really insanely invested, but this staging is just kind of cringe. I forgot it flies at difficulty 4. That's cringe. Okay. It's cringe just alone on the level of it being a pain in the ass to trigger Fab. Bro, are you serious? Okay. Change strategy. I'm trying to think how I get Raiden's energy back as fast as possible. I just go fast. Use of force authorized. I warn you. Bro, lady, you didn't trigger Fab. I also didn't get scroll, but that isn't as big a deal, I feel like. But use of force authorized. I warn you. Where are you jumping? Use of force authorized. I warn you. Look at the flash. Looks like silence in here. Okay, we'll see what happens. Bro, stop knocking me away. Guober! You cringe! I hate Guoba. I hate this character. I'm sorry. I'm known for being a Xiangling hater, and I wish to continue to be known for being a Xiangling hater. Use of force authorized. I warn you. Yeah, don't have time to. Boy. Use of force authorized. I warn you. Looks like silence is here. I mean, do we even need the? We really just need to trigger 5, don't we? We don't even need to care about Eon's on buff. Use of force authorized. I warn you. Bruh. Lady, trigger Fab. You literally are the one character with R5 Fab on this team, you freaking butthole. Oh my god. Global can hit, good. Okay. So you are just not gonna get energy, it's fine. You did get energy, alright. Holy, it worked, alright. Thank goodness. Die, please. No, that. Okay. And then we are looking at here. All right. Real question is it going to actually be a problem? Do we do we shadow strat? You know what I've never also tried? I've never tried if like can the AO can I like climb up on Zhongli's pillar and like press Q on Kachina, and is that gonna be enough? Is that gonna be enough? You're on scroll, okay. Or do I just power through it? I think Arlecchino might be able to just power through it. Get scroll. Oh frick! I didn't. Oh my god. That's classic. I forgot how freaking long it took for. Okay. Do this. Do this. Bro, I love that Arlecchino can't. I love when this boss shows up in Abyss too. Why do they... I like how they made this thing more annoying at menacing difficulty. Or does it not get its res? Anyways. Oh, I meant to put the pillar down. But the game was like, no, pillar can't exist. That's complicated for us to figure out. How did that miss? It doesn't seem like it gets res. Or maybe it does, and I just can't tell, because, you know. Oh, look, you know. Okay. So, like, yeah, my question was, like, could I, like, put Kachina burst up here? Oh, damn it. Oh, well, you just landed. You're cooked, sir. You made the greatest mistake of your life. He's got res now, it doesn't matter. Alright. Wow. Yeah, alright. Good. Wow, that took way too long. All that for what it... I'm just gonna place my bet now. The feather's gonna roll worse than even the first one rolled. That's what's gonna happen. We're gonna reroll this piece again and it's gonna roll worse. Watch it. Mark my words. Oh, this... I fucking hate rerollers, man. By the way, if you want a Nefer, keep this piece. Like, EM is about it. Like, EM is better for Nefer than attack is for Flynn's. Like, EM is really, really good for Nefer. And these were, like, high enough roll values. Like, that was a max crit damage roll. And a not minimum crit rate roll, at least. With high rolls. Or, yeah, it was high rolls into EM. Like, this would be a very, very good Nefer piece. Why are you rerolling a 17% attack piece? Because I want crit on my godforsaken characters. Because Flynn's does not want to be a character that has 80% crit rate, in my opinion. Like, in my situation with my other good artifacts is such that I would prefer more crit. Because it's a 4-line piece that's perfect, and I want more crit. And the roll values were shit garbage. Like, this seems like a way better artifact than it is. Like, you gotta understand. This is a minimum roll crit rate. A minimum 2 minimum rolls into attack percent, 2 low rolls into attack percent, and then a low roll crit damage and a high roll crit damage. Right? Like, the roll values of the individual rolls were shit. They were garbage. This piece turned into a 3-line artifact. like with those roll values. Like don't you be like that doesn't make sense to re-roll that. Like it very well can make sense with on my whole ass other artifact situation on the artifacts I have, especially because go away, especially because I have a circlet that has 20% attack on it. I have a 20% attack circlet, which is good, but it has no crit rate. And you want to know what that means? That means you want more crit in the other pieces. But I can't have 20% attack on my flower feather and circlet. Bro, calm down. No, I'm not gonna calm down because you're trying to accuse me of making stupid decisions. I know how to make decisions for my account. Don't try to gaslight me into thinking I'm being stupid for re-rolling a piece. So, anyways. EM relevant for Flynn's? Yes, but it's his least relevant stat to have as far as optimizing your build for. Anyways. Well, that's cool. I went from side grade to downgrade. That's cool. Boy, Genshin knows how to make me want to stop playing Genshin for the day. Okay. How long would it take to get a thing? Because I'm annoyed. I want that to roll well enough that I can be done with the feather and be like, yes, this is Flynn's feather basically forever and always, right? That's what I want this to be like. I don't know what you have in your account. You're good. I'm more annoyed at the game than I am at you, just in case it's not obvious. Hopefully it's obvious, but like I'm pissed off because of like what you missed, Spectre, is that I ranted about how shit garbage rerollers are. I actually think rerollers were a negative change for the game at this point, kind of, because of how one, they only really matter from we have this thing next. I didn't even notice that. Frick, does that change anything? Bro, you'll get a better one. I'll get better than the perfect starting condition? Bro, I'll get a better one? Okay, you specifically, Devout, I'm sorry, are annoying me more. I'll get a better one than a 4-line piece with the perfect starting stats. Other than, like, I would prefer ER over EM. Like, I might, eventually. Like, do you not realize how rare 4-line double crit attack percent is? But anyways, freaking rerollers are cringe. And I think it actively makes the experience of building characters more annoying. There's too many things to think about with how rerollers can go, and it makes you save artifacts that are not necessarily worth saving relative to their value of putting them in, like feeding them XP wise into things. Like I think this was an intentional strategy on Hoyo's part, just to make people grind more anyways. Because of the fact that they released elixirs, and the side effect of elixirs was that it allowed people to grind less, right? Elixirs allowed people to grind less. Elixirs were great for the game. And then they're like, oh crap, people are grinding less, and that's breaking part of our monetization gimmick by forcing people to log in daily and feel like they need to farm for characters for 4 months straight. So now we're going to release rerollers, which make people functionally get less artifact XP because they're keeping artifacts that rolled badly in case they can reroll better. Anyways, point being, I'm on a Polar Molny account. I want to perfect Flynn's, and that is a perfect artifact for Flynn's. If I'm going to consider rerolling artifacts, it's the artifacts that are the perfect artifacts, and that is perfect. It's just I keep on getting trolled with shitty roll values. And the current one is fine. It's good. Like, attack percent is really good on him. It just really annoys me how low roll values it is. So, elixir or rerolls being more valuable? I think elixirs are far more valuable. And anyone who thinks elixirs are worse than rerollers, I think is using elixirs really poorly. You can be really smart with using elixirs, and they can be incredibly good. And I say that with like my main account having mostly gotten shit results from elixirs. Like, I've probably actually gotten better results from Reroll as my main account than I have Elixirs. There's probably only 2 Elixir pieces or 3 Elixir pieces that are meaningful on my main account. But Elixirs when min-maxing are worse, yeah. But they're both kind of shit from min-maxing perspective. But feathers are only relevant for min-maxing perspective. Double Hydro, Lauma, Yai, Miko. We're so back. What team exactly, Bench? Elixirs are dope, rerollers are cautionary resource. Yeah, so I don't know. I kind of hate the rerollers, so that's why I'm using them liberally. Anyways, what is this? What is this one thing from? Pahahile. Okay. I think I've done. So I know there's a quest you do here that's pretty short that gets you like multiple chests. I'm gonna double check. I think I got the precious chest that was here. I got the precious chest that was here and here from the like night thing peoples. So what I have left is I have the looks chest up top, and then I think I have the precious chests from doing. This one's a little bit of a crapshoot though, because isn't there a bunch of precious chests locked behind this quest? I don't know because I haven't done it, but I feel like I've seen that, but I don't know. Let's go. Let's just see what happens. We'll go get the Lux chest up top quick, and then see what happens. Yaelon and Sing Cho. Oh, you just recommended Yaelon and Sing Cho. That's a no from me. Sorry, I'm joking, but oh, this is one of the things, funnily enough, for that quest actually. So we can actually speed up that quest by doing this. It wasn't even intentional. I just walked the wrong direction, but do that. But anyways, Yelon Singcho, Yai Llama, go double Electro, Nefer official, yeah. Yeah, I believe it'd be pretty good. I mean, it's just kind of like that's just the new strongest Hyperbloom core, right? Oh, frick you, game. It's the new strongest Hyperbloom core, so it's just yep. Yeah, I figured it'd be good, and you can on-field Yai pretty well. And if you're Jeff, you'd be like, oh, why would you do that instead of Raiden? It's not better than Raiden, so there's literally zero reason to dare consider playing it. Is that it's an exquisite chest? Okay. But anyways, I'm down with it. Down to maybe try it, but I gotta continue being mad at rerollers. The rerollers were something I intended to do this stream. They were one of the small things that are also big things, but also nothing in the larger context of the game. All right. So what I meant to do was climb up the thing now. Yai on field is faster than Raiden. Yeah, which is the nuance that Zajef denies the potential of. But like I get it. Like having to use a unit on field. Why brain? Having to use a unit on field to trigger your blooms is inherently going to be a you're gonna lose bloom triggers, right? But I don't disagree, Ben. Really? I should give it a shot, actually. Just have to change my Yai build for it, though, which is annoying. Next feather is +3 at least, yeah. So the next feather being +3, as long as I don't get screwed over by, like, it still can go poorly, right? Because it could like, roll into EM twice and have low rolls into crit. But I think it's fine to use the +3 on the next feather. I think it's much less likely the next one goes poorly because it should have guaranteed higher crit value, and then cross our fingers, hopefully the other rolls either crit or, you know, attack percent. But yeah, it's really just this stupid circle that I got, because like this circle that I got, I'm like actually quite happy with, because I could be more than happy if where's Kaching? I could be more than happy with this circlet for Flynn's. Like this is a potentially a really good circlet for Flynn's, as long as I can meet my crit rate that I want on the other pieces, which might mean, you know, getting a double crit flower, not this piece, but I do kind of like this piece. For a potential reroll target in the future, but it's like really borderline, and it's on the contingency of having probably a better timepiece in the future, but it also depends on how this rolls. If this rolls heavily into crit damage, then no. Crit damage will be fine. But then I definitely want crit rate here, and then we'll see. But either way, point being, we'll see how it rolls. Depending on how it rolls determines the viability of this piece. And then that maybe will make me want to use my elixirs for crafting a timepiece. And seeing how that goes. And then depending on how that timepiece rolls from the elixir would determine... You know, we're going to switch to a like, Xiao Zhongli situation. How that piece rolls in the future would determine... Sure. I mean, may as well just use... Thanks, Zhongli. I was gonna say may as well use that to get up quicker, and then it was not quicker. What was I saying? Oh, like the theoretical path of depending on how this feather rolls, and would have liked to not use 3 rerollers on it, but you know, determines whether or not. Let's go, please. All right. Okay, I apparently not. No, just okay, just do it this way. Oh, I can run up now. Okay. Will determine what makes sense for me to look for when farming or making future decisions. So, I'm not saying I'm going to commit to using the elixirs right now. I am not against the idea of it, but it kind of depends on how this thing rolls. Oh, this is why I brought only. That works. Yeah, I can get up here. Okay. Wait, I thought there was a place to stand here. Oh, up here. Okay. Here we go. Okay, okay. Good job, Mr. Pillarman. That was... Oh. Oh my god. Please, just let me get on the pillar. Oh my god. Alright then. Anyways, what's your sands? Well, the sands is kind of cope right now. I have either a crit damage sand, a sands with no crit rate, but it has 1 ER roll. Yay. Or a sands with nothing other than 9.7 crit rate. And right now, with that crit damage circlet that has 20% attack, almost assuredly my sands with 9.7 crit rate is better, but I would love to craft a double crit sands, and like if I get lucky and it's either a 4-line or it's double crit ER, I'd be more than happy with a double crit ER 3-liner. Then we're kind of off to the races, I'd say. Yeah, the music in Nodcry is so good. Anyways. Glad Zhongli and Zhao can still be useful for some exploration here. On rare occasions. 4 elixirs and 3 to 4 elixirs per patch. Yeah. That is approximately the average-ish rate. Wait, did I go past it? I think I went past it. No? I did. Yep. Geek Squad. Hello. Hi, Geek. How was your stream? Yoink. I didn't get one. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, there's an Oculus. Wait, is the Oculus under or is the Oculus above? Ah, frick. I don't even remember getting that Oculus on my main account. Yeah, it is above. Of course, I should have gotten it. Okay. Perfect. Good pillar placement, sir. Alright. Just really hope Nefer is good enough meta-wise. You think a unit that gets 100k DPS at KQM standards, and KQM standards aren't really representative of what a character's real DPS potential is as you invest more? You think they're not going to be usable? Well, this is... I'm sorry. I can't help but feel like I... like, how? Also, like, let's not forget TGS Kelter in, like, a non-Nod Cry team basically being better than Al-Haytham. Like, the damage distribution, to be clear, was, like, a little different than Al-Haytham. But I shouldn't say better than Al-Haytham, but, like, equivalent in the worst case scenario. Like, I don't know. Okay, come on. You really need to put your dong in a better angle, sir. Stop it. Finally. Alright. 35 elixirs and 16 feathers. Oops. Why? Why were you crafting them so often if you didn't have a use for them? But, like, that's funny. Like, there's not much reason to stockpile them at that point. It's like, oh, I'm stockpiling them so I can complete a build on day one. But you can't, because you can only do one set per patch. Like, they kind of specifically made it work in a way where you can't do that. I think the third thing is over here. So we're gonna go over there. But I don't know actually if this quest gives me precious chests, now that I think about it. Does anyone remember? Does the quest I'm talking about is the one that has, like, the chest that I got one over here. From, like, the circular force field things, and you do it down here. Did this quest give a precious chest as well? Well, I can do that quest quick. It won't take that long. But my question is it even worth it? If it's not worth it if it doesn't give a precious chest at this point. I thought I could give that waypoint. God dang. I'm gonna get that waypoint actually because it's the one up here. That'd be useful. I don't need it. I still clear the content. That's fair. Why did you spend all the resources making them then? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, the way that the elixirs work is they're not super valid to stockpile. So, not that it's bad to save a few of them. To be clear, I'm not saying just use them all immediately, but stockpiling 35 is like, I can't fathom what situation you would need 35 in, like, one patch, right? I think it is here. Dendro DPS don't have many great options in current scaling. She is by far the best all-rounder so far. Yeah, I agree. Like Nefer being able to be used as just a generic Dendro on-fielder still and being pretty good at it is, I think, pretty telling. And then she also has her hyper carry playstyle route, right? Which you want Llama for, ideally. If you don't have Llama for, it's not as compelling of a route, but as a hyper carry, even with just Ino alone, she's still pretty good. Like, with Ino alone and her as a hyper, she is still, like, on the performance level of clears Abyss with ease kind of thing. So, like, just like, okay. This one was the annoying one. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't there? Didn't I have to like turn on one of the robots somehow? Oh yeah, that's what it was. Okay. What I recall was. Oh, I can't grab it from there? Oh my gosh, okay. Wait, does this work? Do I have to start from... No, I think I have to start from the other robot. Oh shoot, okay. So I don't think I can cross from this one. Maybe I can. Oh, I can. Never mind. Okay, that was way easier than I did the first time on my polling only account. Seal obtained. Sick. Okay, cool. Alright, so yeah, I'm only one away then. So, I can use the interactive map, but does anyone remember, before I do this quest over here, does anyone remember if the quest over here does indeed have a precious chest? Otherwise I can look up and I'll open the map and check if there's any other quests, or sorry, any other chests that I hadn't gotten. I would like to get that, but oh well, this one for sure. Okay, it doesn't. Okay, well, maybe our thing's in this one then. Please. Ah, there we go. Easy. No problem. Alright. Let's get our next reroll. I think we have to go from this direction if I recall. That puzzle took you too long to figure out. Relatable. It took me a little while to figure out some of the puzzles that I just did, but I had done them already. I would have had more relatable puzzle clearing there if it was my first time there, but it's fine. Alrighty. Yeah, we could get, you know what, I mean, arguably before we use any rerollers, it technically makes sense to get all the artifacts. No? I kind of almost want to just get all the seals on polearms only today. Theoretically, it would only take like an hour or two. Just targeting precious chests, but some of them are kind of annoying to get. See if we get anything relevant. Yup. Mineral, I'm gonna say no. Okay. Maybe because of EM, but alright. What beautiful artifacts these are. Weird. Okay. Well, that was special. Okay. But yeah, we're just gonna send that piece. I think. This is a what is it? I don't think it's technically called a decree reroll, but it's whatever. You know what it is. Advanced reshape. Yeah. Advanced reshape, so 3 guaranteed stats. So every other roll before only gave 2 crit rolls because RNG hates me. The ideal here being that I have the stupid really high or high attack percent and whatever other pieces, low options for crit rate substat pieces. Means it would probably be ideal to roll heavily into crit rate here, but as long as it doesn't roll the 2 other rolls into EM, I'd be happy. But we'll see what happens. RNG, the reroll number 4 for the day, number 3 for this one. Let's go. Okay. Okay, I'm happy with that, and this is higher roll values for attack percent too. Higher roll values for attack percent, a low crit damage roll, which is unfortunate, but okay. Well, actually, it was low crit rate rolls too, but you know, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with it, especially because the attack percent rolls weren't poopy. This time, we lost a tiny bit of attack percent in exchange for more crit value. That is, I think, a very good trade. It's not so much crit rate that's like, ooh, that makes it easy to use a piece that doesn't have crit rate in the other pieces, right? So it doesn't really solve this problem right now of whether or not it's worth the risk to make other, I don't know. So okay, kind of what I'm leaning towards doing is just using this piece temporarily, right? And then do I gambit on, because right now with the new piece, so this is with the 20% crit damage circlet, right? So that's pretty good. Like it's actually unironically going to be hard to, like a crit damage circlet that has crit rate substat alone is not enough anymore. Like I need a crit damage circlet with crit rate and attack percent to beat out this piece. But I could craft that with an elixir, right? Or I could get a timepiece. And I kind of want to get a timepiece. Just rolled a 75 EM Nefer crit circlet. Wow. Yes, Kaching is stand-in for Flints. So if I use this thing, our crit is at 34.2 plus 22.1 plus 30 is at 86.3, which is pretty good. And then crit damage would be at 38.4. Would be at 208.1. Yeah, it's a very usable crit build, or usable build there, if I'm fine with a lower crit rate. Or I could go this, and then maybe craft, or use this. And one concern I have, by the way, is also I might need to end up using this goblet with like 10% less crit damage. Basically same crit rate, 10% more, or it's not that much worse as far as the crit value goes, but it is obviously worse crit value. Has a flat attack roll. Ooh. But the ER is obviously the big thing there. I do want to get Flynn's signature weapon, but I have no other ER stats right now. So that's the weird sticking point for me right now. And so if I do that, right, then we're looking at, if this is 47.8 plus 22.1 plus 30. Hey, this is 99. Okay, so this is the ideal crit rate actually. He sends a crit damage. I think he does. Let me double check actually, just in case I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Be surprised if he was. Yeah, it's crit damage. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure I would have recalled, but it had been a while since I actually looked, so it's good to double check. Yes, it's crit damage. So this right now is 99.9 crit rate plus, so that's like 180 crit damage, right? Not exactly a balanced ratio per se, but maybe is the ideal situation just because I need the ER. But that would probably push me towards like using this piece instead, maybe. All right. So I don't know what the exact ideal balance is for me right now. It would sure be nice to have the merger of these two pieces though, wouldn't it? It would sure be nice to have the merger of these two pieces, and then my like Flynn's build is just down to, hey, I care about this. And you know what? I'm gonna craft a timepiece right now. My logic being, I haven't gotten any of the elixirs from the exploration in Nod Krai yet. And it wouldn't take that long to get, so it wouldn't take that long to get 3 elixirs if I feel like I need to craft a circlet still. And I think a circlet makes less sense now that I have this 20% attack circlet anyways. And this timepiece, it's an elixir, so the timepiece could roll poopy anyways, right? It could be a poopy timepiece, not even worth using. Because feathers instead. No, I'm not talking about the things we just did, yo. I'm talking about the sigil turn-in. Sigil turn-in. That's exploration 2. Hey, like really? We're confused about what I was referring to there. But anyways, I also have one. I actually have 2 available from the Tablet of Toma. But anyways, like I just got a feather from exploration from the treasure turn-in. I know. I think I know. Appreciate you informing me, but I was literally standing in the room and just rerolled a piece from here. I think I know. Oh, well, you guys are funny. Anyways, So that's my current leaning. I think it's fine to risk that. And like Flynn's is the unit I'm focused on min-maxing for the next little bit here. And this could either mean I have like a really good or just at the worst case is it gives me more options, right? The worst case is that this like rolls in a way that gives me more options for balancing my stats. So I think it's worth the risk to do this. The only thing would be I can't craft another piece this patch, right? Because you can only craft one per patch. So that's the main actual downside is I could get the additional elixirs, but I think that's fine. Because the circlet I have, again, is good enough. Like, 20% attack is so good for Flynn's. It's really good for him. Because I'm pretty certain... we don't have Sucrose, right? But we'll be using VV Chow. So... I'm pretty certain it's going to be fine. Yeah, would love for this to... either be 4-line or have ER. I mean, the dream would be both, of course, but, you know... That's asking for a lot. I ain't gonna ask for the dream piece, but the dream piece could be cool. Attack percent, crit rate, crit damage on the right set. Yep. Brap. Okay. That's high rolls and ER. Oh shit. Alright. Not 4-line. It was close to the dream piece. Holy. If this was 4-line, it's basically dream piece. Technically, dream piece is this, but 4-line and flat attack. But what do we do? The flat attack is whatever. Those baseline high roll values and having ER is much more important. That means if this rolls poorly, that's a new reroll target. But it also just means it's statistically much less likely to roll poorly. And this is also a pretty big deal in that it means so like Flynn's with his weapon and with C1. C1 is weird in that it increases his ER needs, so there's a possibility that I still end up wanting to use this piece, right? But that makes it, this timepiece having ER makes it much more likely I can get away with this higher crit value piece in its goblet. But let's see how it rolls. Should I just send it with a... You know what, here, I'm going to send it with this piece. And I crafted this for Shao. This was a waste of elixirs, by the way. So we're just going to erase this from history. We pretend we never made the mistake of making this for Shao. Okay? And yes, this means we can't use it as an onset goblet for Shao, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry. Isn't EM better than flat attack? Oh yeah, you're right. EM would be better than flat attack. I forgot. EM is, yeah, you are not wrong. Either way, I'm not really that concerned. High roll values, ER, in the ER is high roll too. Alright, that's a max roll too. Sick. That's a perfect piece, kinda. Alright then. No rerolls needed. No regrets there. Sick. All it took was 3 rerollers and 2 elixirs, and suddenly... What are we looking at for Mr. Flynn's? First we'll equip the lower crit rate piece, but... Which this probably no longer... Like, we probably do need to use this. So our flower is going to be really cope. Like, this is really good, this is really good, this is really good, this looks worse than it is, but in my opinion is actually really good. Like, can be improved. Like, sure, I would love to have the version of this that has, you know, the crit rate, EM, attack percent, ER. Like, that's the dream piece. But easier said than done to get that piece, and getting that piece can't be gotten through elixirs meaningfully. Like, it's basically total RNG to get the dream piece there. And that's going to be one of the things to, like, min-max for Flynn's in the future, but that's, like... I'm really happy with this piece, actually. The only thing awkward about it is not having crit rate means it's harder to balance the like, what flower can I use? So, that's probably too low of crit rate. Unless I'm min-maxing in Stygian. Because when you're min-maxing in Stygian, I can just, sure, I can have 83% crit rate, right? But, if I don't care about min-maxing in Stygian, just use this. And this is not a piece I'm going to reroll, that's for dang sure. Yeah, alright. Sick. I'm super happy with that. Alright, it took some effort to get there, but we got it. We no longer need this piece. That's irrelevant. I'm not going to throw away this piece immediately because I don't like need the XP or anything.
And I don't know, maybe I'll. Oh, no, never mind. In what reality does the one crit roll matter? It doesn't. And if I need more ER, I just rolled it. I just roll with this, right? Do I have anything heavy in crit rate for attack goblet? Oh, I do. I have this. Oh, that's interesting. I could yoink that from right in. Hmm. I mean, it's only one. It's only a tiny bit more, though. It's not really that much more. Hmm. I don't seem to have any 4-line pieces. Okay. I was looking for like a. That's a funny one. I was looking for like a 4-line piece that. No. That could potentially have, you know, like a 15% crit rate situation. Then it makes sense to maybe use that, particularly if it had ER, and then use this piece instead. So yeah. All right. So it took a lot of elixirs and rerollers to get here, but all that really happened from the farming is I gotten this from farming, that's okay, and I got this from farming, that's okay. But I got this, which was lucky, but it took a lot of rerolls to get it to a point where I liked it. This was lucky, getting that good of an elixir piece, and then this was actually fairly lucky, but not incredible for sure. So yeah, all right. I like where he's at. Have we figured out if Flynn's gonna be swapped out mid-skill? No. Let's see, no actually I didn't. I never. Wait, I wonder. Do I have the guide? No, here. Let's just do it on screen. Let's do Zajef Flynn's guide. Let's see how good Zajef's guide is. Control F. Swap. On the other hand, in situations where you generate more energy than you need, you can swap out. Okay. What this tells me though is that it does the problem that I thought happens. Wherein, because Zajef put this conditionality here, which tells me that that Flynn's does end his special state when you swap out. So that means with his long default skill cooldown, unless you have excess energy, you don't want to swap out. So that essentially means you shouldn't swap out unless. So that's weird. So on polearms only, that means less VV uptime, unless I have excess energy. But it's possible. Wonder what that means for what artifacts I want to do for him though. Mission time that means shortest amount of time before swapping into Flynn's, and that it's 8 seconds. Yeah. Use spells that don't expire until around 10 seconds. VV lasts for 10 seconds. Damage from second burst is 8 seconds. Oh, okay. So it doesn't really matter, I guess. Well, it might matter more for me because I will hopefully will get C2, but. Okay, so functionally though, you can be swapped. It's like a yes, he can be swapped out, but it's like a yes no. Yes no. But it doesn't matter that much, but it does reduce his flexibility a little bit. Which is a little unfortunate, but probably not that big a deal. It restricts my rotations a little, because we're gonna use Candace, right? So what I would have liked to do is had been able to like do a rotation where so now it's gonna be, well, it doesn't matter what I want to like. Now it's gonna be is I do a Nefer to start, I do Candace, I swap to Shao, you get a swirl for Electro and Hydro, but only the Electro swirl matters. And then swap to Flynn's, do Flynn's things. And before there would have been some potential reason, I think, to swap out, maybe. Because that only would have, I think it only would have been relevant. Well, no, you could still do this, I guess. Because I could technically, sorry, so what I was thinking, it was like, if I could get a build where I big burst, but that probably is going to require an ER timepiece. But hey, that's something I could watch for as far as build paths go. Well, no, if you get, I'm pretty sure if you get C1 Flynn's, though, it makes it kind of irrelevant to do a big burst, doesn't it? Because you just want to do another mini burst instead. Okay, never mind. Wait, does the third mini burst from Flynn's, how does the timing of his mini burst change? I don't remember. Should be, so it should be 6, 6, 6. Or no, you do eat. So that happens 8 seconds in the third mini. Okay. The third mini burst from C1 Flynn's might not have VV buff up, is kind of my thinking. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. It'll have to be something we mess around with. It's possible that the not being able to be swapped out unless you're fine with losing the energy thing. But it won't make sense if I have C2 Flynn's anyways, so I don't know. We'll see what we get. My current thinking, by the way, is to get C0 Flynn's, or get C1 R1 Flynn's, and then I will try to get C2 Flynn's as well. I think, how many wishes do I have? Well, weapon banner is weapon banner, weapon banner is pain. We'll see how weapon banner goes. Oh, I have pity? Why do I have pity? What was I wishing for? Did I do 720, 8, 1? Oh, this was the Nefer banner. Yeah. Derp. Okay. That's good. Yeah, it might have been for Fav. Was Fav on a Nefer weapon banner? That might have been why I was willing to wish on it. Or was it not on the banner? Anyways, 20 pity on the weapon banner is actually a good start. Like, if we win the weapon 50-50, we're chilling. If we don't. So we have 97 wishes there. I'd be like, how are you going to get C1R1 Flynn's? Because we have funds from, some of these are from viewers that, or a viewer, not viewers, plural. A viewer gave, I believe, a $50 top up. And this is all before the top up reset. And then Paimon's Bargains. I still had the $100 and the $30 bonus left before the top up reset. And I was like, hey, Paimon's Bargains, do you want to sponsor a wishing video for polearms only? And they're like, sure. And I don't know, Paimon's Bargains is chill to work with. Like, partnering with them is literally just a matter of like, I can get meaningfully more money from doing like real sponsorships rather than the partnership with Paimon's Bargains, but it's such a simple relationship and they're very chill. The thing is, Paimon's Bargains is really chill with me being like, yeah, here's the downsides of this service, and here is like, and hey, don't spend money. The game is a better experience not spending a bunch of money, in my opinion. But yeah, anyways, Flynn C1 just 50% more DPS. No, it's like 20 to 30% more. I think it's closer to 30% more. Like Flynn C1 is an equivalent DPS upgrade as a Nefer is for his team, generally speaking. But I don't know how much that properly accounted for potentially timing issues if VV buff falls off or not. I don't know what you guys are talking about with each other in the chat, by the way, but if the conversation's going to, like, you're taking up like 80% of the chat with your conversation. I don't know if you want to DM each other or whatever, but or just chill. So yeah, anyways, I hadn't really done any meaningful amount of top ups before, and I was like, in the last year in polearms, I was like, you know what, frick it. It's gonna save me grinding time and yada yada, and let's just go more all in. The account is polearms only. It's not meant to be relatable. It's meant to be polearms only. And if I want Flynn's to feel like he is even up to par of what Flynn's is going to be on a normal account, because like not having sucrose for him is pretty unfortunate, right? Like not having a TDDS unit that also gives an EM buff and instead only having VV and none of the other things that Sucrose does, that's really good, is pretty rough. And obviously we can't get C6 INO either. We only have a Nefa and we have a C0 Nefa, so anyways, we have a path towards increasing his team damage to make up for the fact that we're on a polearm only account compared to a normal account, and that's good. But his team options are going to be pretty limited on the account, so I want to, you know, invest more into him. My hope is C1 R1 at minimum. I would like to get C2 as well. And C2 arguably makes more sense than his weapon, to be clear. But I don't really want to use Jade Spear on him. Jade Spear is fine, but I'd really like to get his weapon. So, polearm only account free to play? No, I was just talking about how people had given top-ups to the account, so no. I haven't had Welkins going throughout its entire course, but I have had Welkins going through, I think, more than at least half of like the months that polearms only has been active for. So the Welkins more than anything has helped. Right? The Welkins is what has changed. This account's ability to progress faster, not the top-ups. It actually hasn't done an insane number of top-ups. But I just decided it made sense to do. Maybe some people will be upset about it, but I don't think that many people care about the relatability of polearms only at this point. And they'd rather just see me mess around with the character. The polearm units and min-max polearm units to their greatest extent. That makes sense. And Flynn's is a unit that can make sense to min-max. You might be like, oh, are you ever going to consider C16 Flynn's? Big ol' fat maybe, but probably not unless Columbina happens to be a polearm unit. If Columbina happens to be a polearm unit and we start having real options for Flynn's to continue to scale well, maybe I'll consider it. But right now, Flynn's being tied to Candace is kind of rough. So yeah. Anyways. Skyward Spine a good weapon? Yes. If you go Google the Jeff Flynn's guide and you'll get this guide, but here you go. Here's the weapon graph that Zajeff did. And it's probably fairly accurate. Even accounts for things like Fav lands Q every 2 rotations. Which I swear to God, Zajeff is just really happy about the fact that Fav lands Q every 2 this is big Q every 2 rotations is 0.5% better than the craftable weapon. The shovel is the craftable, and this is assuming R5 shovel, which is really funny. Like, yep, Fab Lance, if you can Q every 2 rotations with Fab Lance, is slightly better than the shovel. And you have Battle Pass weapons. The Fjord's weapon, like if you have Fjord's R1, you may as well use Fjord's R1 over using the shovel. But Deathmatch R1 is better than Fjord's R1. And Fjord's R5 is kind of meh. Skyward Spine, though, is as good as a Fjord's R5, but worse than a Deathmatch R5. Kind of similar situations for the other bad stat stick polearms, so Vortex Vanquisher, Calamity Queller. But then Serpent Spine, with Refines, because you get more crit value, suddenly jumps up again. Is that Scofia's weapon? I think that's Scofia's weapon. Then you have Jade Spear is quite good, which is obviously going to be the most compelling one for most people to consider choosing for a 5-star stat stick. But if you have Skyward Spine, you can probably and no Jade Spear. It's not like Spine is bad. So yeah, yeah, messing around with Flynn's build to figure out what you want to do for the big Q is I think the interesting spice for him, and I would definitely like to get. Not to the level of I'm going to spend elixirs on it. Well, maybe eventually. I don't know. We'll see what happens RNG-wise. If I'm really itching to try it. Oh, these are his flowers. I need to collect these. Flynn's is big burst and doing big burst and mini bursts, even if it's just big burst every other rotation, I think is a fun nuance to his gameplay. And how you can potentially build him that I like. So like what I was mentioning with like doing Shao, like refreshing VV on Shao would be something like, I think what would be possible is, I think you can big burst. I don't think there's any need to use Flynn's skill before you big burst, right? So I think what you can do is you know, you do your Hydro, you do a Nefa, and then I do Shao Swirl, go to Flynn's, use Flynn's Big Burst, go back to Shao, E on Shao, and then do whatever. But you need the energy to do that. So, yeah. So now his flowers are on the cemetery. They're only at the cemetery. But yeah, the nuance of the build platform I think is probably the most fun part about Flynn's. It's the most unique part about his kit is the fact that he has a little bit of a different relationship to being able to take advantage of extra energy recharge compared to Varessa, where like he doesn't have the typical breakpoint relationship for energy recharge. Instead, it's just like different amounts of energy recharge can allow you to use his big bursts with different frequencies over time. So it means, you know, you very well can get a Flynn's build where you're doing 3 big bursts. I see. Is this the only place it is? Those flowers look very similar to the other ones. Yeah, those are very similar. Frost Moon Enclave. 23 of them. Okay. And the rest of them are over here. Alright, sure, let's go collect these quick. So yeah, anyways, I don't know. I think he should be fun to play in this account. And like, I'm not getting him on my main account because he's gonna be the same experience in this account as he would be on my main account. And I have Varessa, and I like Varessa. And I have other Elixir units I like playing too. So I don't really see the point, personally. It's one of the one of the values of having multiple Genshin accounts is being able to be like, I'm gonna skip this account, skip getting this character on this account because I can get them on another account as a content creator, at least. So yeah. And Flynn's could be a very, very important component of actually potentially clearing a dire difficulty in the future, but it's kind of lame that, like, ultimately whether or not this account will be able to clear dire difficulty is just if there is a dire difficulty that happens to be kind. Like the next one, theoretically, which has an Arlecchino shield boss, you would think would be more doable, but it's the same problem again where, like, we can take care of 2 of the bosses almost assuredly next time at dire difficulty, but 3 is probably a no. Oh boy, you Jenkin. Light the torches. Did I miss a prompt for something? What torches? That's a teapot. That's a pot. If I don't get Ino 6 C6, what's the best Hydro for him? Resource wise? I know. I know it's a hot take to say that, but I think you should still use Ino. And I think short rotations are more enjoyable to play gameplay wise, right? I just think it's more fun to play short rotation teams. And Ino at C0 enables his short rotation playstyle. And yeah, a C1 Ino is basically equivalent to Yelan. But yeah, if you already have Yelan, you can consider using Yelan over Ino. But if you get 1 extra copy of Ino, she's basically equivalent to Yelan. And if you get C6, she's better. Like just straight up better on a spreadsheet level. But also they're so close at any constellation level to each other that in my opinion you just use Ino because of shorter rotations. And shorter rotations also tend to lend themselves to being more adaptable to what the enemies are doing. It's one of the reasons I like them on a gameplay level. By shorter rotations I mean shorter than like the typical 20-second format. I don't have a polearm unit, by the way. I can identify the not krai local specialties, so... Yup. Yeah, Yelan is technically best in slot before I know C6. Technically. But man, I don't know. I don't the fact that you have to like do a burst on her, you have to build her for all her energy needs with her, yeah, just like I don't know. I know so much easier to build, and like especially from a Stygian context. Especially from a Stygian context of just I know getting her burst back so much easier. Just I don't know. I'm pretty sure in practice. Oh, I see one. I'm pretty sure in practice, I would vastly prefer I know, but over Yelan. God damn it. 2 more. Oh, and me. We're gonna be here for a while. Can you believe I wanted to do exploration in this stream? I mean, I did do some exploration technically. Just not the exploration I intended. NPC Northwest Island you talk to next to the torches, you light them and get the chest. Is very good for planes. Ah, okay. Northwest. We are going northwest. Maybe we'll see a flower along the way. I did see a flower. One more. There we go, we got them. Alright. Northwest of the island, NPC. I see. I don't see an NPC, but I assume they show up after. Okay. Why is this titled Humilly? That got changed at some point. Alright. Yeah. Really? Of course I didn't hit the one. Ramp. Is there more torches? You have to have done the Flynn's reputation thing. Well, I haven't done that. So I haven't done the Archon quest here. Crazy enough, I have multiple accounts and I don't want to do the same ass quest on multiple accounts always. Ah, okay. Well, what is it? What is it? Just one of those chests that gives you like 500 flowers or something, I assume. That's a little awkward. Okay, I think, let's see, I go like here, I can jump over. Like 10 of his flowers, alright. I'm not that far away, well actually I don't know. I actually have no idea. I don't think I'm that far away from being able to, this way. And get that, or get the thing in general. Yeah, if we need to do... I'd rather focus on doing non-krai exploration after Flynn's release. It'll be more fun, I think. Because there's a... Depending on how RNG the banner goes, right? There's a good chance we'll have to potentially grind if we want to try to get Flynn's C2. We'll see. Things could go really poorly. I have... What, we have like 40,000 Primo Gems, right? And then factoring in Star Glitter refunds. What are the other characters in the banner? Does anyone remember? It's Sucrose and... I'll do this quest eventually. I'm not going to do it right now. It takes a while. Get its waypoint too. What is the 4 stars in the banner? It's Orpheum Mega Stay tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? I thought it was Wednesday. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll be doing an Orphe stream. We'll be doing an Orphe stream for sure. I should have enough holes to get her. To do Dory, I know Sucrose. Okay. So what's... What am I doing? Dory. Okay. So you would, assuming I don't get 0 copies of you, you would quickly turn into wish refunds. And then Dory. Darn. It's poopy. Okay. Darn. We're not super likely to get a ton of wish refunds, at least early on. It's unfortunate. Next one. Let's just gonna get some waypoints quick. Oh, that's very far. That seems like, okay. I think you're meant to come from the opposite direction. So trying to like factor in how many things am I gonna get? Probably we'll say I'm gonna get 10 extra wishes from refunds. That might be a little optimistic though. Actually, you know, I don't care about this right now. Just go here. There's 6 flowers down there. So yeah, we're gonna have like what 200 and what is 40,000 primo gems? It's like 250 wishes probably. 250 wishes. You know, as long as we don't get RNG screwed, should be enough to get C1 R1 relatively easily, right? Like I'm hoping. We'll see. So many bloops. So easy. Okay, I want to get distracted, but I also wanted to do exploration on my main account, not this account. This exploration can be saved for C2. 28 hours until Orpheum Magus. Oh, okay. Maybe it is tomorrow then. So maybe Orpheum Magus stream tomorrow. Hello, sir. Next 4 stars in Star Glitter Shop? I have no idea. If you search Paimon's Bargains rotation, you should be able to find a link from like the fandom page for it. If you're wondering about Lisa, Kaya, Amber, I don't think they show up until a little bit later. Like in... Wait, maybe they do show up. No, it's... No, maybe... No, it is. It's October, November. October, November, December is when they show up, right? I don't know. We can go double check, actually. I actually am curious. I think Kaya is the one I care about, but I think Kaya is December. Paimon shop rotation. Crap. What the frick is... What? Did I scroll past it? I did, yeah. Yeah, it is Amber. Okay, Razor, Amber, Lisa, Bennett. Yeah, I was right. Okay, Kaya's December. So yes, we actually are back into the rotation of whatever. So, Razor, Amber. Bennett, November. Yeah, I should plan around that, I guess, for freaking casual account. What I would have preferred, though, is getting a C5 Bennett from the 30 freaking polls I did. 40 polls, I don't remember. And then I could have gotten a C6 Bennett on the casual account, but no. 4-star RNG. Very silly that Flynn's doesn't use the wild on enemy drops. That's just silly. I mean, I can tell you why they did it. They wanted to make it easier. Like, I think most of their farming choices for drops, particularly for new patches with completely new enemies and, like, new everything, is to try to make it so that you get the new characters use the more common drops initially. I'm pretty sure that's their intent, at least. Like, that, so hence, like, they know people are going to be fighting a bunch of robots just by exploring that region around. So they know that... So people will have a farming experience for Flynn's where they don't have to do that. They're also elites. I guess, I don't know, yeah, I guess they, yeah, most of the ones you fight are elites. I wouldn't really consider the little ones elites, but the big ones are definitely elites, I would say, yeah. So there's that pattern as well, of them making it so you don't need to care about elite enemies for characters. Yeah, in general though, I think they make characters the easier drops to farm. There's never been really a thematic, not very often at least. I don't think there's really been a thematic match to character drops. So I don't know. I don't know why that. And like, maybe you're new to Genshin, but that shouldn't surprise you at this point. I think they balance the drops on a gameplay level, or gameplay grinding experience level rather than anything else. I know. I've done this. Not on this account, but I've done it. Still pretty new. AR-57 started about 6 months ago. Nice. Yep. That explains why you found it silly. Yeah, there's no real theme to it. I mean, I think Arlecchino uses Fatui drops, which these oftentimes do have a theme to it. Like this matters for Arlecchino. I think Arlecchino is probably one of the more thematic ones, but she uses Fatui drops, and it might be like, oh, she's a Fatui. That makes sense, except she's part of the Fatui. Like it doesn't. It's a little weird for Arlecchino to ascend on the fallen pieces of her comrades. But in some ways it is thematic, because she does do that, yeah. So anyways, she's probably one of the more thematic ones though, but I don't know. What, anyone else that's like thematic? Like, no, not really. There's nothing thematic there. Yeah, Toma and the Tsurumi Island. Yeah, okay. No, there's like nothing there. Obviously nothing for you. You're not even you were visiting Natlan. I guess it's thematic because you were visiting Natlan and murdering the local the local tribal warriors to ascend your new powers that you got while in Natlan. This is clearly thematic because Zhongli hates slimes. I don't know if you knew this, but that's why he needs slimes. Same thing with Xiao. They both hate slimes. They're the bane of their existence. Yeah, obviously extremely thematic for you to use gears. And Shenhe hates whopper flowers. This is known. Very thematic that she, you know, uses baptismal vishaps in Enkonomia. The flowers do tend to be more thematic though. Yeah. That's a little thematic, I guess. Raiden cleaning up the Kairagi scum. More gears. All the Fontaine character in gears. Yeah. It's just all like common drops. It's almost always just like common drops for characters. Which is a good thing, because it means you're much more likely to just have them from playing the game in general. I'm now recalling how much I'm reliving the past of Polearms, only how many characters needed slime. I've had to do so many. I've had to farm slimes on this account. They all need slime. It's almost insanity inducing. Fatui, that one's a little bit more thematic, I'd say, for him. This one is anti-thematic as hell. This one doesn't make any sense at all. The deep sea boy, like if any freaking Fontaine characters want to use gears, it should have been him, right? I actually didn't know he hated slimes. I was being silly. Sorry, Mooncat. I should have stipulated I was being a little sarcastic, boy. The Zhongli might hate slimes. And that might be something. I was just being silly to be like, oh, this is actually thematic for Zhongli. But anyways, sorry for tricking you. It's just a moment of me forgetting my humor doesn't come through in an obvious way to a lot of people. Anyways, like he's an underwater boy who appreciates the life of the things underwater. Why would he be empowered by the material drops of murdering the creatures? Yeah, Aoife using Saurian materials, exactly. Right? Like he should have used the gears because the gears would have made like this is one that thematically annoys me. He should have used the gears because like he's cleaning up the freaking like robots and shit in the ocean. Like why the hell all this crap polluting the ocean, right? So he should have used the other drops. Not that we need more gear characters. Treasure hoarders, I guess, somewhat thematic for you. Most of them are just like generic, so you know. Anyways, yep, that's where that's at. Got all the flowers here. No, I did not. I got 3 more. All right. Where? Do. There they are. Stygian difficulty on this account, or the theater difficulty. I had not checked. Let's go at home. Did you can't? That is in a few days, isn't it? When is that? Next week. That's next Wednesday. All right. Theater. Frickin' September's almost over. That's crazy. Okay, theater. What? Why? Where? There we go. Okay. Oh, that's a funny one. No. No is my assumption. Like not that I wouldn't be able to complete it at all. I just don't think I'm going to level the characters for it on this account. Maybe, I don't know. We'll go count and see how close I am. Hydro, Electro, and Geo. We start with no polearm characters, which helps. So that means we're starting with 6. You need 28. Don't worry, it'll be a goal eventually to at least. I can get complete stars on visionary mode. There's gonna be a theater where I can get complete stars on whatever the new mode is called. Anyways, Geo, Hydro, Electro. Wait, who are the starting characters again for the 4 stars? Ino. Okay, so I have no reason to level Ino. Ino, Eonson. Oh, freaking Eonson is there. God damn it. Okay. And Goro. Is Goro already leveled? Goro is not already leveled. Good. Okay, so only Eonson is the one we have to skip here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Plus the 6 is 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I have enough characters, technically. I have enough characters to technically attempt it, but the only units we have that can actually deal damage are Raiden, Cyno, Nefer, and then whatever synergies with reactions. But the problem, I mean, the geo reactions are unknown. Like how compelling is Zhongli and Kachina? But it's gonna be Zhongli plus Kachina tied to someone else. The fact that we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 units available means this is not one I don't think this is one where I where I care about leveling the extra units. There will be one come. There will come the time where I will level some units to try to challenge the new max difficulty theater on polearms only. But this is not the one. I don't know what is the element combo that makes the most sense. I'm not sure. What's the next one? That's equivalently. That's not much. I mean, that's better for polearms only, but not much better. It's really not that much better. Okay. That one's a big old fat maybe, but probably still a no. We don't have. I mean, we have a decent number of cryo units. Like this one, we have a lot more units for. No polearm units by default, but that's fine. Pyro, cryo, animo. Two, 5. Okay, we have 10. That's 11 characters with multiple options for DPSing. That one's an interesting one. We have, how many do we have? 70 already. What are the... Clee, Bennett, Bennett is already 70, shoot. So is Diana. Ah, damn it. Okay. And Sucrose. God damn it. Okay. So we had 3 total, basically. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 20, 22. So we have 25. So that theater would require leveling 3 more units. We'd have to level 3 more units for attempting this theater. So this one is the first one that has a real chance of me considering it. But oh boy. There's a cryo automaton there. There's a cryo automaton. A boss that wants cryo. The other 2 are whatever. The other 3 are whatever. They're flexible. Okay. Jehoda will be a polearm. I find that unlikely considering I think they showed her with a bow in some cutscene from what I heard. So I'm assuming she's a bow unit. Realistically, the unit that has the highest chance of being a polearm on the account is Columbina after Flint's. Because all the other units have like information that supposedly they are this, or whatever. And then anything, I'm talking like anyone after Columbina is a crapshoot still potentially. Don't know. Alice might be a polearm. I doubt it, but you know. Anywho's. Yes, I just have to select them for the thing, but I just don't switch to them. I don't actually use them. Which means the only effect that they have is like whatever, like from elemental resonances. Or theoretically, like the only problem caused from like using non-polearm units but not switching to them in theater is they can technically be used to complete Shever's passive, but I always purposely don't try to use them like that, like unless I can. Sometimes I can't avoid it. Like I don't go out of my way to avoid making sure I don't get like minor buffs like resonances or whatever, but I do at least try to make sure I don't like utilize them to complete Shever's passive. That feels a little like cheating to me. But if it's the difference maker in being able to clear or not, I think it's still fine. Like, as long as I don't use the non-polearm units, I think it's still fine. That's the main rule I have for theater. I can only use my polearm characters. Can't switch to the other units. If I accidentally switch to the other unit, it's immediate restart. But I also still try to avoid, if I can, if it makes sense, abusing stuff like Shever's passive being completed. But yeah. Yoink. 15. It's a lot. And 6. Okay. Cool. Shame people hate on her just for being whimsical. I mean, as always, I think good things that are good in general in media tend to have groups of people that will hate them. Like you want like I think if when it comes to characters, I think if characters are good and enjoyable characters, then there should be people that hate the character because they are characterized a particular way. But it doesn't mean they're a bad character. It just means they actually might be more of a real character rather than like the boring ass blank slate projection creature that most Genshin characters are. Like they've been doing, I think, a little bit better at it lately. But so many Genshin characters are just boring. Yeah, we're farming for Flynn's on poems only. We should do robots too, by the way, after we do the flowers. Well, no, not. I think if I target it, it's going to cancel this target. So, anyways, what am I saying? I think Jehoda being a fun character is a good thing. Is it going to make some people hate her? Yes, but that's probably a good thing, and it's probably a sign of her actually being a more interesting character on a writing level, on a characterization level. You want an example of a character that's not in Genshin? That is a character I freaking hate. I hate this character with every bone in my body. She pisses me off. But I really like this show, and she makes this show a big part of what makes the show so enjoyable. But like, this is a person that it is believable for her to act this way. I think she's well characterized. None of her actions make sense in the context of the show, but she pisses me off. She shows up on screen, and I'm like, get away! You're just stalking. You're just stalking. You're being a creepy asshole. I hate her. I actually hate his character. Does anyone have a guess who it is? I've talked about the show a bunch on stream recently, so you might know who I'm talking about. I want to see if anyone guesses it before I say. It was from an anime that I'm watching. That I quite like. I think it's a very good show. But boy, do I hate this lady. Boy, do I hate this lady. She is such an obnoxious person. But at the same time, she's a good character. She has me engaged with the story. So, like, can I really complain? And I think it's possible to some people that Jehoda might be the same thing to them. Or they don't like her, but they might. Her existence might keep them engaged. I am one flower away. So like Arlecchino. No, I mean, I'm sure some people feel that way about Arlecchino, but. Okay, I mean, I don't need this last flower, but, like, I do. Anyways, it's, I forgot, I don't know her full name. But, here, I'll just pull her up. Do. Oh, okay, I was trying to find a good image of her, but... There we go. This lady. From this show. Which is on YouTube, by the way. Well, actually, I think not all episodes are on YouTube anymore. I don't know how you actually watch this lady. I hate her. She's an asshole. Like... And like she had a character arc where she became better. Like she mellowed out a little bit, but then like she's still the same person though, right? Which is it's just like good. Oh, there it is. It's good characterization. Like the fact that like she changed, she became better. She recognized she did wrong, but then also she's still the same person. Like she didn't fundamentally completely change. She hasn't like 100% internalized and become a different person that never makes terrible actions. But like I was so. I like when she showed up during the last character's arc, I just like she was tracking the main character girl, and then she showed up uninvited. She showed up at like a hotel, being like, I see you two are like off on a little vacation together. Mind if I join? I was so angry, and like you know what? It made the arc better. It did. I think it actually made the arc better. I think it makes the story better. But like my God, it's like, lady, you have no boundaries. And so anyway, she's characterized as like a rich girl who has always like gotten what she wanted kind of thing. But you know, and that kind of skews her actions and expectations for others around her, and whatever. So yeah, did we get a Lanyan story at all? No. Oh, speaking of Lanyan, let me try something quick. I was playing a little bit of the Lanyan song on mobile. I can tell you I am much better at this on mobile than I am on desktop. Oh, it doesn't have my thing that applies per device. Where's the... There it is. Wait, what? I already own it. Huh? I bought this on my phone. Oh wait, it's a different account. That's why I'm stupid. Okay, we'll buy it. Hey, we got Prima Gems. Anyways, I got like 99.6%. I got 98% on Legendary. I got 99.6% on this on my phone. Frick. Okay, I wanna try to get 100% though. I'm not gonna be in here long. Oh my god, I had the fingers on the wrong buttons. This is so much harder though for me, like on mouse and keyboard than it is on my phone though. Fuck. Oh no, no, my brain's not in it. What? Oh, my finger. Oh no, my finger was on the wrong fucking button again. Oh my god, no, we're not doing it. It's not the day. All right, it's fine. I will get 100% on it. Don't bark my words though. I like that song a lot though. Anyways, that's the Lanyan story to me. But yeah, there's a lot of characters in Genshin that functionally have no story presence. It is what it is. I don't have the key right. I should go redeem my keys for Natline at some point. Oh, redeem those. Oh yeah, I need to go get robots. Why don't you use the parametric transformer? Because I forget about it and it's not that important. But I can use it, sure. Standard wish. How exciting. Kave only exists in events? Yup. Noelle has none? Yeah. She has her hangouts at least. That's something. It's not much, but it's something. Then we're getting close-ish to pity on Standard Banner here. Maybe I can finally get a Skyward Spine. I don't think Skyward Spine will really do that much for me on this account at this point, but it would be nice to have it as an option. Yeah. Alright, so this will be 65. Getting very close. Flynn's will give us 3 more wishes. A little bit more exploration will give us more, and then the... Okay, there's a very good chance that the monthly reset will get to pity, then. Depending on how much exploration I do before the monthly reset in this account. Oh yeah, robots. Emily doesn't exist at all? Yeah. I think they learned their lesson from Emily last year. And they actually involved Nefer in the story. Crazy. It's really dumb how all they had to do was make Emily an Outland character. Emily wouldn't really be that different of a character, fundamentally. I think I'd still build her mostly the same. Only difference is they wouldn't have had to release a freaking artifact set specifically for her. That isn't even that relevant to use on her necessarily. So, anyways, gears in the other tab. Not gears. Robots. Whatever. How many can I craft? How many do I need? Actually, I have no idea. You know what? Let's go to a crafting table. Don't trigger that quest, please. Anecdotes a lot more in the future. I mean, I'm assuming they will. They'll probably keep on adding them. I haven't done... They added new ones, right? Or did they just like add back the old ones that weren't available before? I'm not sure. I assume they added new ones. With them making it permanent. Okay, so Flynn's. So the last couple days, once the Stygian Onslaught is done in a few days here, I'm gonna finish my Flynn's talent farming. My initial plan is just to get him to Crown to Burst. Sorry, yeah, Crown Burst. That's what the main talents that actually matter. Going to this quick. So, oh good, I remembered it. So what I would like is to be able to also have his skill at level 8. I'd also like this, but it's going to depend on how many talent materials I get. Anyway, let's plan around. You know, let's check for the non-talent material resources in the domain. Just the robot parts. What do I need? So level 90, we need 30. That's not that many. That's way lower than I would have thought. I might have enough already. Okay. I didn't realize I'd farmed that much of them. Okay. I only need 87 of the highest tier? Really? That's surprising to me. Why is it so surprising to me? Okay, whatever. So 87, 96. So we'll just say 100 of each, and then 36 of the base one. I mean, I'm gonna end up double crowning him, right? So like, let's just check. Do I have enough for? Let's check if I have enough for triple crowning. 129. Okay. Alright, there it is. Currently have 31, and I can craft a lot. And we can just straight up do like this, sucrose, bam. How many are you gonna give it? 5. 5. 5. Sucrose. That's like less. That's like 30% of the rate you're supposed to give. Okay. We need to leave like 100 of these. So, oh yeah, we're good. We have enough for triple crowning if we want. And I'm not gonna not immediately triple crowning. Okay, so I don't really need to farm any more of these. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Zucrose. That's the rate we expect. 120. 100. Yeah, we have enough. Okay. We do not need any more of those for Mr. Flynn's. So that means it's just down to talent material farming for him, and then the flowers, which I have. When do I have? 70 of. Alright, so yeah. Just have to remember to do that for the next couple days. Cool. Dating similar to Vibe of the Hangouts is kind of weird. Yeah. Alright. Are we done on poems only for the day? I spent longer here than I kind of originally intended to, but it's fine. I did things I needed to do anyways. I'm just trying to think if that's relevant. I don't think it is. Well, maybe it is for getting the feather if I need that, but I think I'm fine right now. Okay, cool. Wait, you know what? We can get another standard wish. Why not? And then we'll go back to my main account for a little bit. I'm not logging into the casual account for a little bit because I want to trigger the. I'm gonna go into the casual account and like get the primo gems from freaking New Abyss and Stygian Onslaught, but I'm not gonna like do dailies or whatever and not again casual account. Log in when I feel like it, and I'm gonna do the efficient thing. I'm getting like spend like an hour getting like, you know, a temple from the reset things, and then log the heck out. But I'll also claim. Oh, hello, Nefer. No, that's a trick. That's a quest. But also want to abuse the returning player thing. So free like 400 primo gems and some fragiles and a billet. Yes, the music is great. What did I say I was just gonna do? I got distracted. My God. I totally forgot. Oh yeah, well I did remember one thing, the transformative thing. Transformer. Need to go find grass. Why is grass so hard to find? Go to your main. I thought I said I was going to do something before I went to my main. That wasn't the parametric transformer. Hmm. Go touch grass. I should. Do I care which materials? Honestly, no. What? Really? Are you serious? There we go. Whee. Cool. I also realized I have not pre-farmed for Flynn's weapon. But that's fine. I can worry about that after I get it. I'm not too concerned about not having his weapon fully leveled right away. Night Nasha Town meets theme. I'm sure I've heard it. Was this the one I was playing here? Why didn't I do this? Using Nefer? I don't think a Nefer would have been that much faster. Oh yeah, this thing. Right. Two or three for each day and night? Okay, cool. Tom? What? What? Toma! Oh, and Nefa is cheating. I see. Oh, I stepped forward. Too far forward. Crap. Oh, it didn't. Never mind. Shivers AoE Gober. Weapon uses on Flynn's. Hopefully a signature. But temporarily might be a Jade Spear. R3 Jade Spear. Which is pretty good. Or Staffless Card Sands. Yeah, easy. Alright, I should do more puzzles like that, it's fun. Cons are you going for? We're gonna go C1 R1 first. I know that C2, like, you know, go for C2 before you get any weapon if you have a 5-star weapon already. Yeah, I know, I don't care. I want his signature weapon, and I want the energy refunding. I think the energy refunding will be more valuable at a baseline than what C2 does, but C2 is going to be quite desirable on this account, and probably actually makes even more of a difference on this account than it would on a normal account. Don't trigger the quest. Because Res Shred, well, I mean, not really, never mind. I was going to say because we don't have access to Res Shred. We do have access to Res Shred, but it's a Res Shredder that is not buffing in any other way, so I don't know. Again, it's just invest more in him to bridge the gap because it's a Poem only account. We won't ever have his best team, most likely. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe we will. Like, maybe we functionally will. It happened with Arlecchino. We functionally have basically no compromise with Arlecchino. So yeah. First DPS signature weapon with energy refund? No. Definitely is not. I just heard the chest spawn somewhere. Okay. Below the staircase is the chest? Oh, well. Some other day. These are probably the most boring thing in Not right. God damn it. Go the other direction. Why when I'm aiming at this direction would it pop me that direction? like, bruh. Like, I don't understand why some of them go some direction. I think some of them are just locked to certain directions. That one probably only goes the one direction. But anyways, these are the simultaneously least enjoyable, but also just they're just visual eye candy type thing. Didn't realize it was a pressure chest. Nice. They are the least enjoyable from like an interactivity level. Also, still pretty good. That wasn't this chest over there, was it? I don't know. Anyways, yeah, it's the look at our gorgeous world challenges, yeah. And it's fine because they can be nice visual eye candy. The only one I think I really liked was probably the one with like the Northern Lights thing over here. The Aurora or whatever. That was good. That was an enjoyable visual thing for a few minutes. But yeah, I don't dislike them, mind you. I just think they're the least interesting on a gameplay level, and that's fine. A lot of the enjoyment of Genshin can be the visual eye candy aspect. Anyways, what am I doing? Why am I spending so long on this account when I said I was going to do other things? Well, that's why, because I needed those 100 Primo Gems. Definitely what I was trying to do. Yup. God, there's so many things in this list right now, my god. I don't get why this hasn't gone away yet, but it's fine. Like, I've already claimed the character, right? I feel like it doesn't need to show, but... Oh well. I know. Oh yes, I need to decide if I want to stick with Jean or not there. That's fine. Yeah, okay. Just seeing if there's anyone that didn't die or whatever. What did people use? Yeah, makes sense. C2 Radin, nice. C6 Farina, level 95. Wait. Feel like... No, never mind. I was gonna say, I wonder if that team could theoretically clear Dire, but probably not. Too much resistance, but maybe. I haven't messed level 100 Risley, nice. I haven't messed enough with it. Oh, I wanted to see the build. Oh, I'm getting tired. Why? Because my sleep schedule's out. I'm eternally sleepy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I should probably stop the stream so I can try to finish the Kave video. And then maybe sleep at a proper time. I need to stay up until like a normal sleepy time. We'll see if I succeed. Okay. Exploration puzzles where the point of them is to get you to a higher point much faster. Yeah, they usually tend to use them for that. I know there was like one over here that takes you just up to the top of the mountain or whatever. Like they make sense on a mechanical exploration level. I do think they could have been a little bit more interactive than they made them though. Like the range at which the things get sucked into you is maybe overly generous. Like I don't really get the point of them having like different shape configurations of the little particles, or like having the particles that are like off to the side. Because like if it was something like, oh, you have to look at the particles for them to get sucked into you. Like purposely look, the ones that are off to the left, you have to look to the left. And then, oh wait, there's now ones off to the right, you gotta look to the right. Like something interactive like that would make it, I think, a little bit better. But instead it's just like, they're off to the left and they're off to the right. Does that matter? No, they get sucked in automatically anyways. That's I think one of my main minor quips with it. Otherwise it's perfectly fine, I think. This track. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good vibe. Oh, I just ended it somehow. I'm sorry. Oopsies. Rip. Okay. What do I need to do on my main account, I guess? I was, like, motivated to do some non-krai exploration on my main account, but at this point, I don't really have to. Maybe I do just end the stream. That is the smart thing. It is 6:49 p.m. I should probably end the stream and work on the kave video if I want to get that out tomorrow. I mean, we were productive this stream. I mean, I'm very happy with where we're at for Flynn's. Would love. Let's go turn in these at least. Would love. Actually, frick. Where though? Now I just would love to get a. I want a double crit with attack percent, or sorry, double crit with ER attack percent. Feather, no flower, but that's what I want. Round out a little bit more, just in case I end up wanting a little bit more ER on him. Won't be bad to have a little bit of ER. Even with a signature weapon, C1 actually increases his ER needs. So, but I'm not sure how C1 R1 plays with that exactly. But I'm pretty sure you still want like 10 or 20% more ER, 10 to 20% more ER with his C1, if I recall. New Kabe video incoming. Yep, and it was fun. A little. I derped. I will give you a spoiler of. I don't know why I keep on wanting to play Dia by default, and like the other side, you know, crazy idea, right? That I want to keep on playing the character I just level 100'd. So I chose to play Dia on the first side of Abyss and then Kave in the Bloom side because the gimmick of the video is like, hey, did Kave get buffed again? Because Llama exists. And the answer is yes. Llama plus a really strong buff makes Kave's kit as intended, like doing Kave Bloom things, and you know some shatter at the same time, because of course, is I'd say the strongest it has ever felt to me. but it's not so strong that it just trivially clears the second side. Like it's just like very competent and strong, and I was stupidly chose to play Dia, Aino, and Nefer on the first side again. Like I did in the first time with DPS Lanyan. So yeah, it was a little harder to clear Abyss than I expected. And so my end conclusion was like, if it was this hard to clear when there's it's a crazy bloom buff, like a really big bloom buff, and Llama is as good as she is, it's gonna be a little sus to use Kave in endgame in the future, but that's fine. That was the conclusion. But anyways, it was fun. You can enjoy me. You'll get to see a bunch of attempts of Kave doing Kave things and somewhat failing, but eventually succeeding. And he succeeded with ease at the end. So, anyways, he's a fun character. But, you know, don't expect him to carry you through this. And I had a little bit of discussion in there on, like, the nuance of, like, whether his Nilu synergy is functionally irrelevant now because of the self-damage nerf. Which, in my opinion, I think his Nilu synergy is kind of irrelevant now. It was relevant before, and it would have been more relevant if they didn't nerf the self-damage. Because Kave's kit was kind of designed around self-damage from Bloom mattering, and now it kind of doesn't matter. So anyways, getting dizzy with Arlecchino, sorry. I was yappy. Oh yeah, I said I was going to do this. I was like, Natlan. Okay, so this. Okay, I got all the things there. So Shrine of Depths in Corncliff and Okanagan. Okay. Anyone remember where the two Shrine of the Depths are in these areas? I have no freaking clue. See if I can. No wait, one's up here, isn't it? Or is it? No, it's like here or something. Right? No. Let's go here. You lost value in Nilu team due to the nerf, so yeah. Like, other characters gained value, mind you. Like, I don't think it was a bad change for the game. It's just that it technically was functionally a nerf to his kit. For one of his most notable actual contexts where people considered using it before. But I still... My end conclusion, though, is that this patch technically did buff Kave still. And this patch is our opportunity to enjoy Kave the most. So, enjoy it while we have the ability to. I don't see Okinawa on the bottom of the southwest and southeast isles. Oh yeah. It was like, was it here? I think it was like here. Okay, let's go get that one. Kave resurgence. It's very temporary, but yes. And it's a lot worse than using any other archetype of bloom. But it still is a resurgence. I didn't mention that in the video. That should have been obvious. Oh boy. He's still not good. Every other archetype of bloom got uplifted more or as much as he did. But it's kind of more noticeable with him, because other archetypes of bloom were already good enough, right? Like, you could have cleared this current abyss without having the stupid bloom buff, right? Whereas Kave, you notice it more. We enjoy it while it lasts. That was my vibe. I don't think I would have drowned there, but I was slightly worried about it. Oh, you know what? I realized I should have freaking done this stream. Oh, I should have gone and like done the route, the artifact route. It's too late now. Oh, I should have done the artifact route on my main account. Oh well. Feel free to bug me about it in the future. I want to keep reminding me. All right. And then you said that the other one was in this area too. I thought there was one over here for some reason. So southwest and southeast isles. So this was the southeast. So southwest was. Oh yeah. It's like over. I don't know if it's here or if it's just like here. Need to do it at the start. Yeah, it does need to be like a stream topic. I can have a stupid like slightly clickbaity title. I mean, it's not clickbaity because clickbait, in my opinion, is when the title is not true. But it'd just be like clicky. I kept procrastinating something important. ... And then artifact, new artifact route. And I put the new artifact route in the thumbnail, as I tend to do. Or I have the title be vague, but then the thumbnail says something more specific. Okay. I think I saw it a little to your left. Wait, what? There's only 2 in the region. Is it not over here? It is, yeah. Alright. Pull it, friend. Why is Toma in this team right now, by the way? Cramp. Bro, I hit these enemies. Like the wild hunt shields, by the way, are like I'm pretty sure the wild hunt shields are this region's or non-krai papilla, and it's so much better than that. I'm somewhat of a defender of papillas. I think they can be interesting, but in random overworld contexts where you happen to be just going around and you don't have a team that's ideal for getting through their shields. Extremely annoying. Ugh. Anyways, should probably check those instructors pieces. I almost never have a need to use instructors anymore on this account, but there is a possibility with non-krai characters coming out that instructors becomes more relevant. So it's good to keep in mind. Why is there a random 4-star goblet locked? That's funny. It's probably locked forever ago because of like forcing the 4-piece bonus in Kachina or something. So anyways, it's good to double check those pieces. Map. They were both 3-liners, so they get locked. Any other new instructor pieces I haven't checked in a while? That doesn't need to be locked. No gooblets, a circlet. Okay. If I'm ever gonna use a healing bonus circlet, that's the ideal one. Alright. Wild Hunt just a DPS check. Yeah, it's a DPS check, but much lower DPS check with non-krai stuff going on. It's less interesting mechanically, but also way less annoying from an overworld context. Whereas like a Papilla, I think might end up being more interesting of a mechanic in Abyss than the Wild Hunt things. Whereas they're just functionally much tankier enemies without non-krai lunar baloney happening in Abyss, but we haven't seen them in Abyss yet, so we'll see. We shall see. Let's go here. Wait, well, I don't know if I actually have enough sigils, but we'll find out. I think I'm close to a 10 level. A 10 interval. Yeah, 38. Okay. Not very far. Cool. Would be nice to get that in case I need it, but not a super big priority. Alrighty. 1600 Prima Gems, nice. What did I have to start? 6? Okay, cool. Star Glitter doesn't need to be saved. 9, so that's 1500, 115. So by the time the banner comes, we'll probably have like, should have over 120. We'll say 125. So 125 plus the sins, but sins committed by others on my behalf. That is 150. So we're looking at like 270 wishes before Star Glitter. So actually my 250 guess was a little conservative. So by the patch we can easily, like during the first few days of Flynn's banner, we could easily have, like factoring Star Glitter refunds, easily have 300 wishes. Divide that by 60. That 60 being the average, you get a 5-star every 60 pulls on average factoring earlies. When the earlies happen matters though, obviously. We might not get 5 stars in 300 pulls. But we should get at least 4. And have a good chance at 5. But that would mean we, like, again, I may or may not have a guarantee for C0 Flynn's with capturing radiance. But I don't know for sure, because I don't know if the capturing radiance trigger that I got on a Scofier banner was actually guaranteed. So, oh yeah, 20 from the anniversary. Yeah, so we'll just take 300 pulls for now. Well, the anniversary is split up across multiple days, right? So we're technically not getting them all on the Flynn's day. I don't think. I know eyes have old school CRT TVs in them, do they? That's funny. So anyways, we need to like when we need 3 copies of Flynn's. Not need. Want. Want 3 copies of Flynn's. So, and weapon. So we definitely need some luck. We definitely need some 50-50 luck. But we don't have to have that insane of luck for things to go well. But at the same time, I've gotten such absurd luck on my main account. Like, oh, some bad luck is deserved. But you know what? I don't really care if the character banner goes poorly. That's fine, because we can easily plan around character banner. All I ask for Flynn's is that, because it's like objectively kind of not efficient to go for weapon, but I want it anyways. I hope the weapon banner goes well. I just want the weapon banner to be like we get a 5-star weapon banner and it gives us the weapon. No pooping Aqua Simulacras on us, and I have a bad history of Aqua Simulacra when wishing for polearms. Not in this account. We got Emily's weapon on the first 5-star we got on my main account. So we'll see. We shall see. I don't know. But not until next week. This week is Orphe week. So, anyways. I already did a Hollow Zero run on Zenless. It wasn't that interesting. I just did it for farming the materials, so don't think I need to end the stream with Zenless, so I think I'll just I think that's gonna be it. Was this stream did it have all the little things? Was it a big day of all the little things like I expected it was going to be? Kind of. Not exactly. I didn't do the exact things I had planned. We had a good Nefer yap, and we got very good progress on Flynn's. So I'm happy with that. I don't know. Good progress. And fun chats with y'all. We'll probably go raid someone on Twitch. Oh yes. The wins at testing. Negative 30 minutes of my life. But hey, it was worth it to get a big number from Llama. Wow. I could have gone and tested Gilded Dreams on her too, which I didn't do. Because I just wanted to test the support set. I was being conservative. I might make a short though. I might make a short with trying to get a big damage number from Llama. And I'll use... Who do I use? Probably a Nefer? I think I use a Nefer. Instead of... like, Lanyan was just there because I wanted to test a neutral context for... But a Nefer will enable the Death Shred from... Wait, no, the Death Shred doesn't do anything. Okay, maybe not. Who do I use? Because the Death Shred doesn't matter when the ability ignores Death anyways. I don't know, I'll figure it out. I want to do it. I think a silly little short that's like getting maximum damage on Llama would be fun. If I can make that. I gotta make more short content in general, but anyways. Bye-bye, YouTube. We'll go raid someone on Twitch. Have a wonderful day. Have to check the VOD for the Never Yap. Yeah, it's if you go into the VOD and you see me for 30 minutes straight fighting the Dorito trying to get Llama hold E damage, that happened like around shortly after I think I yapped about Nefer a little bit. But I also yapped about Nefer a little bit after that too, about sack frags and whatever. So anyways, bye YouTube.